The evidence, the neuroscience of communication, consciousness, cooperation, and trust. A new way to converse. Without language, we would find ourselves living in a state of emotional chaos. Our brain has given us the potential to communicate in extraordinary ways, and the ways we choose to use our words, they can actually improve the neural functioning of the brain. In fact, a single word has the power to influence the expression of genes that regulate physical and emotional stress. If we do not continually exercise the brain's language centers, we cripple our neurological ability to deal with the problems we encounter. Language shapes our behavior. Each word we use is imbued with multitudes of personal meaning. The right words, spoken in the right way, can bring us love, money, and respect.
While the wrong words, or even the right words spoken in the wrong way, can lead a country to war, we must carefully orchestrate our speech if we want to achieve our goals and bring our dreams to fruition. Although we are born with the gift of language, research shows that we are surprisingly unskilled when it comes to communicating with others. We often choose our words without thought, oblivious of the emotional effects they can have on others. We talk more than we need to. We listen poorly without realizing it. And we often fail to pay attention to the subtle meanings conveyed by facial expressions, body gestures, and the tone and cadence of our voice. Elements of communication that are often more important than the words we actually say. These conversational shortcomings, they're not caused by poor education.
Rather, they are largely related to an underdeveloped brain, because the areas that govern social awareness and empathy, they are not fully operational until we're about 30 years old. Despite this neurological handicap, scientific research shows that anyone, young or old, can exercise the brain in ways that will enhance their capacity to communicate. To date, we've identified 12 strategies that will enhance the dynamics of any conversation, even with strangers. They can stimulate deep empathy and trust in the listener's brain, and they can be used to interrupt negative thought patterns that, if left unchecked, can actually damage your brain's emotional regulation circuits. In this book, we'll show you how to use these strategies to rapidly develop deep, long-lasting relationships at home and at work. You'll learn how to interrupt that unconscious inner speech that generates anxiety, fear, and doubt.
You'll build more intimate relationships in your personal life, and you'll build more successful relationships with your clients, employees, and colleagues. You'll create fun, productive collaborations. You'll enhance your management skills, and this will translate into more income and more sales. You'll learn how to recognize when another person is lying, and you'll discover how to use your intuition to know what others are thinking before they even speak. You'll even discover how silence itself, can strengthen the power of your communication skills. We'll also show you a little secret, a secret that will change your facial expression in ways that will inspire trust in others. You can change the rate of your speech to influence how the other person feels. And you'll be able to use your body language to convey more meaning than words can ever capture.
If you practice these strategies for just a few minutes each day, you'll think more clearly, you'll enhance your creativity, and you'll generate more authentic dialogues with others. You can even eliminate conflicts before they begin. Our brain scan studies demonstrate that these strategies can improve memory and cognition, while simultaneously lowering stress, anxiety, and irritability, factors that are known to undermine the effectiveness of any social interaction. As you practice, your self-confidence and satisfaction in life will grow. We call this strategy compassionate communication, and when you use it, something quite surprising occurs. Both of your brains begin to align themselves with each other. This special bond is a phenomenon referred to as neural resonance. In this state of mutual attunement, two people can accomplish remarkable things together. Why? Because it eliminates the natural defensiveness that normally exists when people casually converse.
You can use compassionate communication with children to help them cope more effectively with conflicts, or even help them achieve higher grades in school. It helps caregivers converse with people suffering from mental illness or cognitive decline. It has even been embraced by spiritual organizations that promote nonviolent communication. But it's not just for the home. Compassionate communication has also generated strong interest in the boardrooms of corporate America. It reduces work-related stress, which compromises productivity and leads to burnout. And it has proven to be particularly effective for building stronger and more cooperative teams. Service professionals have a tremendous need to integrate these strategies, particularly when working in volatile financial markets, where people often experience sensory overload. What do clients want most? The answer: to be listened to and to be heard.
In the briefest period of time, with the greatest accuracy, and in a manner that generates mutual respect and trust. In personal relationships, poor listening skills are major causes of divorce. And in the business world, such weaknesses can drive a company into bankruptcy. Any strategy that can teach a person to speak with clarity, brevity, and kindness will increase stability. It offers a cost-effective way to train individuals to communicate more efficiently, while fostering higher levels of openness, trust, and interpersonal rapport. Dr. Manning elaborates. As a society, we have become word-dependent. We're often unaware that words play only a partial role in the overall communication process. What's more important? It is the sender's skill in conveying an intended message, and the receiver's skill at inferring what that message will be. These nonverbal messages, they are imbued with feelings, attitudes, and implied values.
The strategies built into compassionate communication, they help students and managers recognize these essential cues. Joan Summers, she uses a variation of this when she interviews job applicants. She begins by asking them what their deepest values are. If the applicant's personal values differ from the values of the company, that person is not hired because she knows such discrepancies will eventually lead to employee dissatisfaction. Joan then pays attention to how the person engages in dialogue. Do they make the right kind of eye contact? Do they respond to her questions directly and briefly? Is the tone of their voice warm and gentle? In essence, she is using these components to identify people who have a propensity to communicate effectively. Compassionate communication puts just as much emphasis on listening as it does on speaking.
Conscientious listening, it demands that we train our busy minds to remain focused, not only on what the other person is saying, but also on the nonverbal cues, the voice, the face, and the body language. Deep listening also interrupts that inner speech, the chattering mind. When we learn how to step back and observe this, a new type of silence is created. It allows us to intuit what the other person is feeling, including subtle forms of honesty or deceptiveness. It's all reflected in the micro-expressions of the face. The more deeply we listen, the more our brain will mirror the activity in the other person's brain. This is what allows us to truly understand another person. Throughout this book, we'll guide you through different strategies to change the way you listen. But because they are new, you may find yourself resisting them. This resistance it's a natural function of the brain. Once a behavior is learned, it slips into unconscious long-term memory. Even when we've learned a new behavior that's more effective, the earlier memory is triggered first. The human brain needs a tremendous amount of energy to function, and it takes even more energy to build new neural circuits. In fact, every change we make in our lifestyle is perceived by the brain as a stressful event. Stress interferes with the neurological mechanisms that govern language. When we are stressed, the emotional circuits of the limbic brain become active, and the language circuits in the frontal lobe, they become less active. Communication studies show that stress tightens up the muscles of the face. It conveys suspicion. A relaxed demeanor, on the other hand, conveys openness. It conveys trust.
When we are under stress, our tone of voice changes. It takes on a quality of irritability. This will immediately stimulate a defensive reaction in the listener's brain. It undermines the dialogue before it even begins. So, how do you integrate stress reduction into a busy workday? Here's what John Watkins does at his software firm. He starts the day by standing in a circle with his departmental heads. The first minute is spent yawning and stretching. It helps to clear everyone's mind of distracting thoughts. Next, each person is allotted 30 seconds to describe what they are working on, but they must adhere to the 30-second rule. No criticisms may be expressed, because a single negative thought can disrupt the collaborative process for the rest of the day. This may sound like a strange ritual for a multi-million-dollar company, but the results?
The results speak for themselves. In less than 20 minutes, the team can identify the most essential goals. Low stress means greater happiness, and happy people, they work harder. They're also more imaginative, creative, and productive. Compassionate communication has a long history. It began in 1992 as an informal experiment. At that time, there were only 3 rules: relax, speak slowly, and take turns saying whatever comes to mind, without censorship. The premise was simple. If we could speak from the depth of our beings, rather than in the defensive way we normally relate, we might be able to communicate our desires with more honesty, less anger, and greater sensitivity. When we teach this, we pair people up and guide them through relaxation techniques. Then we tell them to let their conversation flow in any direction it wants to take.
The key is to respond only to what the other person just said. This strategy enables them to interrupt the inner agendas that most of us unconsciously impose. To converse without an agenda may seem counterintuitive, and in business, this may sound impractical. But it isn't. If we don't create a space in which hidden concerns can be shared, then we have failed to communicate effectively. Consciously encouraging spontaneity is one of the best ways to solve problems. It generates new ideas that are unlikely to emerge in more constrained forms of dialogue. In business, this is called brainstorming. From a neurological perspective, it taps into creativity, what scientists call cognition without control. In situations where you are attempting to establish intimacy, following a preconceived agenda can feel like cold manipulation. The same holds true when talking to clients. They need to be heard.
A balance must be struck between having an agenda and following the flow of the exchange. This flow is a core element. It encourages optimal work capacity, with the greatest potential for creativity, and with the least amount of effort. The more you practice, the easier it will become to integrate this into the real world. A relaxed, meandering conversation, it turns out to have other benefits. It reduces social anxiety. It allows access to deeper levels of the unconscious. It helps an individual to remain relaxed and in the present moment, where they can watch the productions of their busy, noisy mind, without becoming caught up in a myriad of distracting thoughts. In the 1970s, mindfulness practices were introduced to the medical community, and they are now considered one of the most effective ways to reduce stress and improve health.
In the 1990s, mindfulness began to transform the world of psychotherapy. By remaining deeply relaxed and observant of their feelings and thoughts, patients were able to reduce their anxiety, depression, and irritability. They didn't have to do anything other than to watch themselves with detachment. As interest in mindfulness continued to grow, teams of neuroscientists began to explore the neurological correlates of this unusual way of thinking. As they observed the brains of hundreds of people, they discovered a common effect. Mindfulness not only increased a person's ability to control destructive emotions, it also improved the cognitive functioning of the brain, especially in areas relating to language and social awareness. Our own research found that these strategies could strengthen the neural circuits associated with empathy, compassion, moral decision-making. It even appears to enhance our ability to be more aware of the workings of our own consciousness.
We realized that the principles of mindfulness could be directly applied to our conversations with other people. The neuroscience of language raises many fundamental questions that consistently defy definition. For example, when we speak, where do our words come from? Our brain or our mind? And what do we even mean by mind? The evidence suggests that the mind and the brain are interconnected, but it remains a mystery as to what or where that connection is. Indeed, it even appears that the mind has a mind of its own, and so does the brain. However, we do have a few clues.
Everyday consciousness seems to be dependent on an area of the frontal lobes where short-term working memory is processed. Our brain stores a tremendous amount of information in long-term memory.
But when carrying out a task, it must select only the pieces that relate to that task. How much information can our conscious mind hold? About 4 chunks, and it can hold them for only 30 seconds or less. This tiny bit of information, contained in a tiny window of time, is what we use to communicate our needs to others. This evidence convinced us to modify compassionate communication in a fundamental way. When conversing with others, we realized we should limit ourselves. Whenever possible, speak for no more than 20 or 30 seconds. Even a single sentence can contain more than 4 chunks of information. Most people say, "But I need time to explain." That may be true, but if you talk for several minutes, the other person's brain will only recall a fraction of what you've said.
And it might not be the part you wanted to convey. The solution? Brevity, followed by intense listening, to make sure that the other person has grasped the key points. If they have, great, you can say another sentence. If not, why move on? If the other person hasn't understood you, what good will it do? In business, time is money, so brevity is a highly valued trait. The act of writing down a thought forces us to formulate our message in a meaningful, concise, and accurate way. When we limit ourselves to speaking for only 30 seconds, the brain quickly adapts by filtering out irrelevant information. There's another advantage. It limits our ability to express negative emotions. Extreme brevity keeps the emotional centers of the brain from, sabotaging a conversation. Anger is averted before it begins, and, hot take here, anger rarely works.
The moment a person expresses even the slightest degree of negativity, it increases negativity in both the speaker and listener's brains. Instead of getting rid of anger, we increase it. Over time, this can cause irreparable damage, not only to relationships, but to the brain itself. It interferes with memory. It interferes with logic. What makes anger particularly dangerous is that it blinds you. It gives you a false sense of certainty, confidence, and optimism. Expressing anger is destructive, but this does not mean we should completely repress negative feelings. That too can be quite damaging. Unconscious anger can literally eat you alive. Research shows that the best way to deal with negativity is to observe it inwardly, without reaction and without judgment. Then you consciously reframe it. You must generate a minimum of 3 to 5 positive thoughts in response to every negative reaction.
If you do, your work will thrive. If you don't, your relationships will wither. As our research evolved, we found that speaking spontaneously without censorship could sometimes cause problems for the listener. So we added another rule. Before you speak, ask yourself, can the other person hear what I'm about to say without becoming upset? If the answer is no, or even maybe, put that thought aside. In business, a poorly phrased statement can cause a person their job, but many people fail to realize that the same principle applies at home. Why do we ignore this at home? The most common reason is tiredness. Exhaustion from a long day slows down the compassion circuits. We become impatient. We lose our ability to think clearly. In this state, negative comments slip out because we simply don't have the energy to turn them off. Of course, frustration is unavoidable.
But when it happens, you need to do some reparation work. Just showing interest and being fully present in your blunder can be enough to reinstate mutual trust. If you stay deeply relaxed, you'll be able to handle your frustration with greater diplomacy and tact. Nearly all research suggests that we dialogue poorly with one another, and yet most people believe they are effective communicators. How can that be? Neuropsychologists call it positivity bias. Believing we are better than we actually are turns out to be neurologically enhancing. It gives us confidence. But if you want to excel at communication, the metaphor of riding a bicycle comes to mind. We learn when we are young, but to be an expert, you have to unlearn the bad habits you acquired early on. You have to practice, practice, and practice. To improve our skills, we need to do 4 things.
1. Recognize the limits of our personal style. 2. Interrupt old patterns. 3. Experiment with new strategies long enough to build new neural circuits.
And 4, consciously apply these strategies when we talk. How long does it take? Less than an hour. We've measured an 11% increase in intimacy and empathy in individuals who practice this for only 30 minutes. That's an astonishing finding. When doubt creeps in, which happens whenever we try to change, I ask that you try to suspend your current belief systems. By assuming a beginner's mind, we can teach our old brain some newer tricks that will deepen our connection to others. I suggest you spend 5 or 10 minutes each day practicing, first with the people you trust the most, and then with everyone else. After a few weeks, you should notice a significant difference
in how you relate to others and how they respond to you. Ask them if they notice a difference. They'll probably pause for a few moments and agree. And in that instant, you will have successfully introduced compassionate communication to them. You'll generate greater empathy and mutual trust, simply by using your words more wisely. Words can heal or hurt, and it only takes a few seconds to prove this neurological fact. First, ask yourself this question: how relaxed or tense do you feel right now? Next, become as relaxed as you possibly can. Take 3 deep breaths and yawn a few times. This is one of the most effective ways to reduce physical, emotional, and neurological stress. Now, stretch your arms above your head, drop them to your side, and shake out your hands.
Gently roll your head around to loosen up the muscles in your neck and shoulders. Then take 3 more deep breaths. Check your body. Do you feel more relaxed or tense? Now check your mind. Do you feel more alert or tired or calm? You've just engaged in the first strategy of compassionate communication. Later, we'll explain how these small actions change your brain and promote more effective dialogue with others. But for this experiment, we want you to stay as relaxed as possible, so you can notice the subtle emotional shifts that take place when you see the first series of words on the following page. Take another deep breath and bring your awareness into the present moment. When you are ready, turn the page. How did you react when you saw those words? Did your eyebrows rise? Did your muscles tighten? Did you smile?
Or tense your face if you were in an fMRI scanner, a huge donut-shaped magnet that can take a video of the neural changes happening in your brain. We would record, in less than a second, a substantial increase of activity in your amygdala and the release of dozens of stress-producing hormones and neurotransmitters. These chemicals, they immediately interrupt the normal functioning of your brain, especially those that are involved with logic, reason, language processing, and communication. And the more you stay focused on negative words and thoughts, the more you can actually damage key structures that regulate your memory, feelings, and emotions. You may disrupt your sleep, your appetite, and the way your brain regulates happiness, longevity, and health. That's how powerful a single negative word or phrase can be. And if you vocalize your negativity, even more stress chemicals will be released.
Not only in your brain, but in the listener's brain as well. You'll both experience increased anxiety and irritability. It will generate mutual distrust, thereby undermining the ability to build empathy and cooperation. The same thing happens in your brain when you listen to arguments on the radio or see a violent scene in a movie. The brain, it turns out, doesn't distinguish between fantasies and facts when it perceives a negative event. Instead, it assumes that a real danger exists in the world. Any form of negative rumination, for example, worrying about your financial future or health, it will stimulate the release of destructive neurochemicals. And if you are prone to constantly thinking about negative possibilities and persistently ruminating about problems that have occurred in the past, you may ultimately test positive for clinical depression. The same holds true for children.
The more negative thoughts they have,
the more likely they are to experience emotional turmoil. But if you teach them to think positively, you can turn their lives around. Negative thinking is also self-perpetuating. The more you are exposed to it, your own or other people's, the more your brain will generate additional negative feelings and thoughts. In fact, the human brain seems to have a capacity to spend more time worrying than that of any other creature on the planet. And if you bring that negativity into your speech, you can pull everyone around you into a downward spiral that may eventually lead to violence. And the more you engage in negative dialogue, at home or at work, the more difficult it becomes to stop. Angry words send alarm messages through the brain. They partially shut down the logic and reasoning centers located in the frontal lobes.
But what about fearful words? Words like poverty, sickness, loneliness, and death. These too stimulate many centers of the brain, but they have a different effect from negative words. The fight or flight reaction triggered by the amygdala causes us to begin to fantasize about negative outcomes, and the brain then begins to rehearse possible counter strategies for events that may or may not occur in the future. In other words, we overtax our brains by ruminating on fearful fantasies. Curiously, we seem to be hardwired to worry, perhaps an artifact of ancient memories carried over from ancestral times, when there were countless threats to our survival. However, most of the worries we have today are not about really serious threats. We can learn how to retrain our brain by interrupting these negative thoughts and fears, by redirecting our awareness to setting positive goals, and building a strong, optimistic sense of accomplishment.
We strengthen the areas in our frontal lobe that suppress our tendency to react to imaginary fears. Not only do we build neural circuits relating to happiness, contentment, and life satisfaction, we also strengthen specific circuits that enhance our social awareness and our ability to empathize with others. This is the ideal state in which effective communication can prosper. Several steps can be taken to interrupt the natural propensity to worry. First, ask yourself this question: is the situation really a threat to my personal survival? The answer is almost always no. Our imaginative but unrealistic frontal lobes are simply fantasizing about a catastrophic event. The next step is to reframe a negative thought into a positive one. Instead of worrying about your financial situation, which won't have any effect on your income, think about the ways that you can generate more money.
Keep your mind focused on the steps you need to take to achieve your goals. The same holds true for personal relationships. For example, if you are the type of person who worries about being rejected or perceived in the wrong way by others, shift your focus to those qualities that you truly admire about yourself. Then, when you talk to others, talk about the things you really love and deeply value. And don't talk about your personal problems or the catastrophes happening in the world. They'll enmesh you in feelings of self-doubt and insecurity. The faster we can interrupt the amygdala's reaction to real or imaginary threats, the quicker we can generate a feeling of safety and well-being. By shifting our language from worry to optimism, we maximize our potential to succeed at any realistic goal we truly desire. Human brains, they like to ruminate on negative fantasies.
And they're also odd in another way. They respond to positive and negative fantasies as if they were real. Movie makers, they make use of this phenomenon all the time. When the green, three-eyed monster jumps out of the closet, we jump out of our seat. This is what makes nightmares so frightening for children, whose brains have yet to develop clear distinctions between language-based fantasies and reality. To make matters worse, the more emotional we get, the more real the imaginary thought becomes. But imagination it's a two-way street. If you intensely focus on a word like peace or love, the emotional centers in the brain calm down. The outside world, it hasn't changed at all, but you will still feel more safe and secure. This is the neurological power of positive thinking. In fact, if you simply practice staying relaxed, as we asked you to, and repetitively focus on positive words and images, anxiety and depression will decrease.
When doctors and therapists teach patients to reframe negative thoughts, the communication process improves, and the patient regains self-control and confidence. Indeed, just seeing a list of positive words for a few seconds will make a highly anxious or depressed person feel better. Certain positive words, like peace or love, may actually have the power to alter the expression of genes throughout the brain and body, turning them on and off in ways that lower the amount of stress we experience. But these types of words cannot be grasped by a child's immature brain. Young children, they don't have the neural capacity to think in abstract terms. The first words they learn are associated with simple, concrete images, verbs like run or eat.
But abstract verbs, like love or share, demand far more neural activity than a young child's brain can muster. Even more processing is required for concepts like peace or compassion. It's easy to test. See how long it takes you to visualize the word table. In less than a second, you can grasp its shape. Now, think about the word justice. You'll realize that it takes much longer to identify an image. Most people will envision the well-known picture of a woman holding a scale. Obviously, justice is far more complex than that image can impart, which explains why so few people can agree on what this concept means. Abstract thoughts, they may be essential for solving complex problems, but they also distance us from deeper feelings. Some people can become so involved with abstract concepts that they partially lose touch with reality.
Love. Love is a perfect example, because we can easily project our ideal notions onto a potential partner, thereby blinding ourselves to the other person's faults. Why does it take so many years to discover what love actually is? Neuroscience has an answer. Love, it turns out to be expressed through one of the most complicated and complex circuitries identified in the human brain. Abstract concepts can also be sources of miscommunication, because we rarely explain to others what these complex terms mean to us. Instead, we make the mistake of assuming that other people share the same meanings. They don't. Let's take, for example, the word God. In our research, we discovered that 90% of the respondents had definitions that differed significantly from everyone else. Even people from the same religious background had fundamentally unique perceptions of what this word means.
Our advice: when an important abstract concept comes up in conversation, take a few minutes to explore what it means to each of you. Don't take your words, or the other person's, for granted. What about the power of the word yes? Positive words, they do not connote a threat to our survival. So our brain, it doesn't need to respond as rapidly as it does to the word no. This presents a problem. Can we train our brain to become more responsive to yes? We think so, through intense, repetitive focusing on positive images and beliefs. Positive thinking, it can help even people who are born with a genetic propensity toward unhappiness. In a landmark study, a group of adults were asked to write down each night 3 things that went well for them that day. Over the next 3 months, their degrees of happiness continued to increase.
And their feelings of depression continued to decrease. Even though they had discontinued the writing experiment. Positive words and thoughts, they propel the motivational centers of the brain into action. If you want to develop lifelong satisfaction, you should regularly engage in positive thinking about yourself. Share your happiest events with others. Savor every positive experience. Can positive intent be taken too far? Yes, especially if you engage in exaggeration. People may begin to distrust you because the overuse of extremely positive words can be read as a signal that you are being deceptive. This happens quite often in business communication. The solution is to be positive but honest. You don't have to oversell yourself. Because if you truly believe in the product or service you are offering, other people will intuit your authenticity.
Here are some examples of words that turn prospective friends and customers off. Amazing, excellent, fabulous, fantastic, incredible, marvelous, great, phenomenal, splendid, and wonderful. Ironically, extremely negative words.
especially if directed toward an opponent, appear to give the speaker more credibility in the eyes of the listener. It's just another example of the power of no. As mentioned earlier, certain positive words can, if focused on for 10 or 20 minutes per day, influence genetic expression in your brain. The repetition of personally meaningful words can actually turn on stress-reducing genes, but you have to remain in a deeply relaxed state. Even novices, who had never practiced any form of meditation or relaxation strategy, were able to actually alter their genetic expression in 8 weeks. Subjects were each given a 20-minute CD that guided them through exercises involving diaphragmatic breathing, a body scan, which involves consciously bringing attention to areas of tension, and the repetition of a single word or phrase that generates a sense of peacefulness and well-being. The researchers suggested that similar practices, meditation, repetitive prayer, yoga, tai chi, breathing exercises, all of these would have similar effects on our genes. And as you'll see in Chapter 9, our compassionate communication training includes a similar relaxation exercise. Now, how about negative words? There is mounting evidence that strongly negative terms can interrupt the normal expression of genes. Specifically, those that regulate Wernicke's area, one of the most important language centers of the brain. This is where we learn how to interpret the meaning of words. Hostile language also appears to disrupt specific genes that are instrumental in producing neurochemicals, the ones that protect us from physiological stress. And if we're exposed to it during childhood, it can undermine our ability to fend off anxiety, depression, and fear. Hearing hostile language has also been shown to lead to negative ruminations, which can, likewise, damage our brain. Can subliminal words influence behavior? New research demonstrates that subliminal messages can unconsciously influence our thoughts, feelings, and actions. For example, words and phrases repeated at a volume that we can barely perceive can create subtle changes in mood. Negative words stimulate anxiety, and positive words can lower it. But again, the studies consistently show that the brain gives more attention to negative words, even when we are not aware that we've heard them. This reinforces our argument that even the subtlest forms of negativity can sour a relationship. We may murmur a complaint under our breath, but our voice and our face, they will give us away. On the positive side, subliminal messages can be used to motivate us to do better work. And in personal relationships, subliminal erotic words can trigger intimacy-related thoughts. That should come as no surprise. What is surprising is that erotic words appear to improve a person's conflict resolution strategies. In fact, just hearing a beloved's name, even if we are unconscious of it, will stimulate the circuits related to passion, whereas hearing a friend's name will not. This has powerful ramifications for intimate relationships because it tells us how important it is to communicate our feelings of love as often as we possibly can.
Unfortunately, we often fall into the habit of taking our loved ones for granted, and thus, we tend to speak up only when something bothers us. But subliminal words are not as effective as persuasive messages, the ones that are clearly spoken or written. At UCLA, researchers put subjects in an fMRI scanner and had them read and listen to messages encouraging the use of sunscreen. The more they were exposed to the messages, the more the subjects used sunscreen in the following week, even though there was no encouragement from the researchers to do so. The authors replicated their findings with smokers. All the participants reduced the number of cigarettes they smoked, and those with the greatest increase in brain activity demonstrated the greatest decline in smoking. Transforming reality. By holding a positive, optimistic thought in your mind, you stimulate frontal lobe activity. This area includes specific language centers that connect directly to the motor cortex, the part responsible for moving you into action. And as our research has shown, the longer you concentrate on positive words, the more you begin to affect other areas of the brain. Functions in the parietal lobe start to change, which changes your perception of yourself and the people you interact with.
A positive view of yourself will bias you towards seeing the good in others, whereas a negative self-image will incline you towards suspicion and doubt. Over time, the structure of your thalamus will also change in response to your conscious words, thoughts, and feelings. And we believe that these thalamic changes affect the way in which you perceive reality. Let me give you an example.
If you repetitively focus on the word peace, saying it aloud or silently, you will begin to experience a sense of peacefulness in yourself and in others. The thalamus will respond to this incoming message of peace, and it will relay the information to the rest of the brain. Pleasure chemicals, like dopamine, will be released. The reward system will be stimulated. Anxieties and doubts will fade away, and your entire body will relax. And if you do these practices consistently, your sense of compassion will grow. In fact, some of the most recent studies show that this kind of exercise will increase the thickness of your neocortex and shrink the size of your amygdala, the fight or flight mechanism in your brain. Our own brain scan research shows that concentrating and meditating on positive thoughts, feelings, and outcomes can be more powerful than any drug in the world.
Especially when it comes to changing old habits, behaviors, and beliefs. And to the best of our knowledge, the entire process is driven by the language-based processes of the brain. By changing the way you use language, you change your consciousness, and that, in turn, influences every thought, feeling, and behavior in your life. Over time, you may even begin to ameliorate limiting memories by talking about them in a relaxed and positive way. When you do this, the old memory is changed and filed away in a slightly different way. The next time it's recalled, it incorporates some of the new positive language that you encoded it with. Positive refocusing, affirmations, meditation, they've all been shown to be effective in interrupting negative ruminations. So, why not include them in your daily routines? By changing your inner language, you can transform the reality in which you live.
The human brain is incredibly creative. It dreams up positive and negative scenarios all day long. But most of us, we aren't aware of this mental chatter. And even when you discover them, they can go on repeating themselves like a well-worn groove in a record. Why? Because repetitive patterns of thinking form strong neural pathways that are highly resistant to change. That's why we have to continually impose new styles of thinking, speaking, and listening. That's the power of imagination. It can trap us in a downward spiral, or we can use it to change decades of habituated behaviors that no longer serve us well. Minding our words. The first step is to recognize that we have all kinds of negative thoughts flowing unconsciously through our mind. Then, all we have to do is turn our awareness inward. Pay close attention to the processes of the busy brain.
We don't have to do anything with what we see or hear. We simply observe. Without judging them, the moment-to-moment changes in our thoughts, feelings, and sensations. This is the formal definition of mindfulness. Try this experiment right now. Close your eyes. See how long you can remain empty-headed before a thought or feeling intervenes. If you're new at this, you might be able to sit in complete inner silence for 5 or 10 seconds. Even if you're a seasoned practitioner, you'll rarely be able to go for more than 30 seconds before the mental chatter kicks in. In mindfulness, the purpose is not to remain silent. It's to become aware of the shifts of consciousness taking place. A consciousness that is primarily language-driven, filled with opinions, beliefs, conjectures, and plans.
By learning how to passively watch these inner voices, you'll become aware of the other sounds your mind has filtered out. And then, just when you think you've quieted your mind, a cacophony of complaints might erupt. For example, you might find yourself thinking, "This is stupid. I've got more important things to do." In mindfulness, you'll note that thought, and then you allow it to float away. You bring your attention back to your breath. But it won't be long before another thought intrudes, like, "My back hurts." This inner dialogue never seems to stop, and it doesn't have to. Your task is to simply observe it
without judging it. It's a unique form of awareness. It makes your frontal lobes light up like the 4th of July. When this happens, the brain's ability to generate feelings of anxiety or stress is suppressed.
Thus, when you learn how to stay in this state while you work, you'll accomplish more without getting burned out. You'll feel more satisfied. And as some research has found, you'll even act with greater generosity toward others. As one researcher remarked, it will improve the gross national happiness. This is the neuroeconomics of business psychology. When you add optimistic thinking to this equation, you can actually add 2 years to your life. That's what the Mayo Clinic found, a 40-year study of 7,000 people. So choose your words wisely, because they will influence your happiness, your relationships, and your personal wealth. The many languages of the brain. When I, Mark, was 7 years old, my parents took me to the United Nations. I had no idea what to expect, but I was awed by the variety of languages I heard.
Each sound was like a different flavor in an ice cream store. We sat in the gallery and were given headphones. How fun! I could turn the knob and a different voice would come out, in a different language. But I was confused. A man was talking on the main floor, but the voice coming out of the headphones was a woman's. I didn't.
Some are chemical, others are electrical. There may even be dimensions of communication taking place on a subatomic level. At any given moment, dozens of neurotransmitters are communicating different types of information. We have axons communicating to dendrites, white matter promoting communication, right and left hemispheres constantly talking to each other. Somewhere within this cacophony of neural dialogues, a little bit of consciousness arises. And it is through this tiny window of inner perception that we communicate our thoughts to others. Even here, there are dozens of language styles, verbal and nonverbal, the language of emotion and the language of abstract reasoning, body language, sign language, and then there are the languages of the arts, music, poetry, painting, dance. These too are unique language systems of the brain. With the help of brain imaging, we are beginning to see how each of these systems works with the others.
Sometimes we can even see where a single word or image might be stored. For example, researchers have been able to locate single neurons that can hold enough information to recognize an image of the Eiffel Tower, Bill Clinton, or your grandmother. Where does language actually begin? It's fair to say that language might begin at the very moment of conception, when 2 strands of DNA begin to interact with each other. As embryonic cells divide, they pass on their genetic language codes to other cells. Cells begin to group together into specialized communities, and they use their own systems of language to coordinate their activities. As the organism evolves and becomes more complex, even more complex systems of communication evolve, and different cellular communities take on different roles. Think of it like a well-designed business. Some groups assume a management position.
Others take on the role of production. And others, they begin to engineer structural changes that make the organism function more efficiently. Some groups of cells become inventive. Others act as regulators. And some just sit around and worry about potential threats. In essence, the brain becomes a vast community of different cultures, communicating in vastly different ways for the purpose of maintaining the health of the entire system. But if communication breaks down in even the slightest way, because of disease or genetic abnormalities, the survival of the entire organism can be threatened. At the same time that the brain is orchestrating its world of inner communication, it also has to learn how to communicate effectively with other brains that have grown up in different environments. Thus, the next level of training requires that we agree upon a common language.
Something we can speak and write. New neural processes must be developed. We have to learn how to control our vocal cords and facial expressions, to pronounce words with clarity. And we also have to develop sophisticated auditory skills to identify the huge variety of sounds that continually bombard our ears. These language skills take decades to develop, which is why children and young adults are so poor at communicating effectively with others.
Verbal speech turns out to be one of the most advanced and complicated processes of communication. First, you have to have the physiology to make sounds and gestures. Gestures are controlled by the most ancient structures in the brain, which is why gesturing is a common form of communication throughout the entire animal kingdom. Speech requires a more complex brain.
And the structures that support it are located in the neocortex, which literally means new brain. This thin outermost surface covers the more ancient emotional brain, and it contains many of the executive functions associated with language acquisition, vocal control, and a variety of interpretive functions that allow us to transform sounds into meaningful expressions. Without these advanced language centers, we couldn't form a concept of ourselves, nor could we use our creativity to consciously change our lives. Our language centers have another unique ability, one not found in other animal species. The neurons of the neocortex can grow axons, the communicating ends of the neuronal body, that extend all the way back into the cerebellum and other parts of the brain that control the movements of our body. This gives us remarkable control over our vocal cords, facial expressions, and hand movements.
3 core elements in our power to be prolific communicators. Within the animal kingdom, we alone can think ourselves into developing more refined movements in our fingers, our face, and our voice. The more we speak and write, the more we strengthen the language connections in the brain. All living organisms communicate in one way or another, but the question remains, are humans superior to animals when it comes to communication? Yes and no. Ants, for example, have 10,000 neurons. That's only 1/1,000,000th of the number in a human brain. And yet, they can coordinate social activity more effectively than any society in the world. As a group, they're more peaceful, and when attacked, they are far more efficient at waging war. Compared to the communication strategies of ants, human communicational abilities actually pale.
Primate vocalization turns out to be quite similar to our own. And the same can be said of birds. So what makes human communication unique? It's not just the quality of our speech, but the quantity. We use tens of thousands of facial expressions, body movements, and words, and we can combine them in endless combinations. Even a simple alteration of the rate and rhythm of our speech can change the context of what we say and the way it will be processed in the listener's brain. What about men and women? Despite the plethora of popular books written on the subject, there is little evidence to show that one sex communicates better than the other, except when it comes to talkativeness. Can you guess which sex is more guilty? Men.
They also tend to be more assertive with their speech, while women tend to use more positive relational words, but the differences are small. Words themselves, they do not communicate all the essential elements of what we need to convey. The expressions we make with our faces, the tone we use, and the gestures we make, these are key to communicating effectively. In fact, your brain needs to integrate both the sounds and body movements of the person speaking to accurately perceive what is meant. Paul Ekman, the world's foremost expert on nonverbal communication, he identified more than 10,000 discrete human facial expressions. And it turns out, the neural networks that control language are the same ones we use for gesturing. Gesturing, it enhances our memory, it enhances our comprehension. When researchers studied presidential candidates, they made some fascinating discoveries.
In right-handed politicians, positive messages were associated with right-hand gestures, while negative messages were conveyed with the left hand. For left-handed politicians, the findings were reversed. But don't try to second-guess someone by looking at their hand movements alone. There's often a mismatch between speech and gestures, especially when a person is trying to communicate something difficult or new. Facial expressions and gestures only give us clues. A recent neuroimaging study showed that hand gestures and speech originate in the same area of the brain. This overlap appears to be associated with a rare cluster of brain cells called mirror neurons. The neurons that fire in someone's brain when they make a specific gesture, they also fire in your brain as you observe them. These mirror neurons may be crucial for governing our ability to empathize and cooperate.
This teaches us how important it is to pay close attention to nonverbal messages. If our words and gestures are incongruent, a form of neural dissonance occurs that will confuse the person who is listening. Here's a simple exercise. Say the following sentence out loud. The ball is round. Now, say it again slowly, but this time cup your hands as if you were holding a large grapefruit. Notice how it changes your imagery. Once again, say it aloud. The ball is round. But this time, make a huge arc with your hands and arms. It should feel different. It should even affect the tone of your voice. When you consciously orchestrate your words with your gestures, you rivet the attention of the listener. Comedians are masters of this. Without such gestures, the humor behind their words can be lost.
If you want to become more effective, stand in front of a mirror. Imitate expressions of anger, sadness, and fear. With practice, you'll learn how to identify these disruptive emotions in yourself before they can derail a conversation with someone else. Practicing expressions relating to happiness and satisfaction turns out to be a little trickier. Because the expressions of emotion are often controlled by involuntary muscles, it's much harder to fake honesty, love, and trustworthiness. Each time you enter a conversation, pay attention to the vast number of nonverbal expressions. Then, try to coordinate your hand gestures, gaze, and body posture with the other person. When you mirror each other, you'll understand each other, and you're far more likely to like each other as well. Vocal inflection also plays an essential part.
The tone of your voice, the pitch, loudness, tempo, and rhythm will often convey more useful information than the words you say. Even dogs can discern the difference in your tone of voice. They know if your command is imperative or simply informative. And the same holds true for your wife and kids and the colleagues you interact with at work. If you don't use the right tone, you may convey the wrong meaning. Vocal modulations convey emotional context. They are so powerful that they can actually change the way that words are embedded into memory. We want to make sure that people will remember what we have said, so we have to train ourselves to pay close attention to all the elements: words, tone, facial expressions, gestures. That's a lot of information to take in, and the best way to do it is to slow down.
We're just beginning to map the social communication circuits in the brain, but two of the newest evolutionary structures, the insula and the anterior cingulate, they appear to work together when we engage in important social interactions. They are involved in the expression of compassion and empathy, in conflict resolution, and in the recognition of deception. They work in tandem to regulate our emotional reactions and behavior. They both play a major role in suppressing fear and anger generated by the amygdala, and they are also directly involved in language processing, speech, and listening. These structures are essential for developing the skills of self-reflection and introspection, and they have strong neural connections to other major structures in the brain.
Many of the 12 strategies of compassionate communication have been shown to improve the functioning of these areas, thus increasing our ability to respond to other people with deep empathy and concern. In fact, the types of mental practices included in this book have been shown to increase the size, the thickness, and the activity in both the insula and the anterior cingulate. This suggests that the improvements in communication, they may become permanent if you practice compassionate communication regularly. When things go wrong in our brain. The neuroscience of communication is one of the most complicated fields of research because there are so many elements involved. Different parts of the brain are constantly talking to each other, relating with each other. But if one small part, one tiny part is damaged, our capacity to communicate effectively with others can collapse.
Let me give you several personal examples Andy, encountered when I was a resident in the neurology wing of a university medical center. One of the first patients I was assigned to was John. He'd had a stroke that affected the part of his brain associated with receptive language. When I walked into the room, he immediately struck up a conversation. He told me how well he was doing and how quickly he was recovering. He even complimented me because of the excellent care he was getting from the hospital. But, he added, the food is lousy. I was impressed. After all, chatty patients are often the first ones to recover from their neurological problems. "Are you having any pain?" I asked. "Well, the nurses are nice and really attractive." It was not the answer I expected. So I asked him another question. "Do you know what hospital you are in?" "You see that other patient in my room? He snored throughout the night.
and kept me awake. No matter what question I asked, his response was unrelated. What was happening? The areas involved in listening had been damaged, but the areas involved in speaking were just fine. He could tell me exactly what he was feeling, and he could talk to me about anything he wanted to talk about. But he had no ability to process what I was saying to him. Even if I gave him a simple command like, raise your arm, he wasn't able to respond. He wasn't angry or frustrated with me, but I felt like I was talking to a brick wall. The next patient I examined was Sally,
a 74-year-old woman who'd had a stroke near Broca's area, the part of the brain that allows us to construct sentences and make proper use of them. I went in, introduced myself, and asked her how she was feeling. She just nodded. But when I asked her to raise her left hand, she did it right away. "Tell me your name," I asked. Again, all she did was nod. "What day is it?" Another nod. Then I asked her to clap her hands, and she immediately put her hands together and started to clap. This patient was unable to express herself in words. She could understand what I was saying and carry out any action I requested, but she couldn't access her language centers to express what she was thinking. This condition is called expressive aphasia. On the next day, I visited Michael,
a 68-year-old gentleman who also had expressive aphasia. He didn't have any of the problems Sally had. Instead, he called things by the wrong name. I showed him my necktie and asked him what it was. It's a machine gun," he said. Now that was surprising. I wanted to know whether he really thought it was a weapon, so I took it off and handed it to him. "Tell me how you use it," I asked. He immediately took the tie, put it around his neck, and made a perfect Windsor knot. Clearly, he knew what it was, but his brain did not allow him to say the word tie. I asked him why he had called it a machine gun, and he gave me the strangest look. "I couldn't have said that. I must have been joking around with you." Obviously, he had some awareness of his problem, and so he used the logic centers in his brain to cover up his embarrassment. Some people have damage to the area between the listening and speaking areas of the brain. One of my patients, named Dorothy, had this problem after suffering a stroke. If I asked her to get a glass of water, she'd go to the sink, pick up a glass, and fill it. But if I asked her what she wanted to drink, she couldn't respond. Instead, she'd say something like, "I don't feel like taking a walk." Cases like these demonstrate how complex and how fragile our language systems are. In certain forms of schizophrenia, the processing centers can become so scrambled that words come out in the most bizarre ways, and yet they seem to make perfect sense in the patient's mind.
Every human brain, from the moment of birth, develops in unique ways, and thus no two people have the same communication style. This allows for a wide range of creativity. But it also explains why it's so easy to misunderstand one another. To make matters worse, we can only be consciously aware of a small amount of the inner communication that is constantly taking place. Research, it clearly shows that we all have the capacity to improve our awareness and our styles of communication, but we have to work at it. Every time we enter a dialogue, consciousness demands that we stay in the present moment and not be distracted by the inner commotion of the brain and the outer commotion of the world. To use the United Nations metaphor, consciousness is like a single person assigned to translate 1,000 different languages that are simultaneously being spoken by 1,000 different speakers, reporting on 1,000 different subjects, all of which have an immediate bearing on your life. If a government bureaucracy were run this way, the nation would probably collapse. But the human brain seems to do a fairly good job. Still, there's plenty of evidence showing that the limitations of human consciousness cause us undue stress and anxiety. Although this is the dilemma we face, we can train our brain to process information more effectively. We can move from the language of everyday consciousness to the language of transformational awareness, the language of consciousness. Awareness, attentiveness, alertness, wakefulness, intelligence, self-reflection, mental representation, self-recognition, symbolic association, active thinking, learned behavior,
linguistic understanding, cognizance, experience, imagination, internal testimony, comprehension, introspection,
personal identity, remembering, predicting, imitation, mind, free will, moral conscience, inner speech, explicit memory, temporality, subjective imagination, analogy formation, intentionality, endogenous feedback, rational control, self-arousal, mental time travel, emergent creativity, qualia, universal being, God. There you have it, a partial but concise summary of 2,600 years of speculation on the nature of human consciousness. Everyone agrees that it exists, but so far, no one knows what it is, where it is, or how it works. We don't even have an agreed-upon definition, which prompted William James, the father of American psychology, to conclude, in 1904, that consciousness was nothing more than a mere echo, the faint rumor left behind by the disappearing soul upon the air of philosophy. 100 years later, Nobel laureate Francis Crick and neuroscientist Christoph Koch expressed a similar sentiment. They implored scientists to stop using the term, except in a very loose way.
Yet they, like so many others, continued to write dozens of articles and books in an attempt to delineate the nature of this mysterious beast. Today, the search for a definition continues, and it continues to be one of the hottest topics in science, psychology, and theology. Even the Vatican has chimed in, suggesting that consciousness is divinely bestowed upon us at the moment of conception. In this new field that some call neurotheology, consciousness is the essence of one's soul. Depending on how you define it, consciousness may not be unique to humans. It might even be found in the most primitive single-celled organisms. For example, you can train bees to recognize color-coded symbols that direct them to turn left or right as they fly. They, like many insects, have long-term and short-term memories, qualities that are essential in human consciousness. Bees grasp abstract relationships.
They make group decisions, and they have communication skills that rival human beings. In fact, neuron for neuron, they hold more information than we do. We can't definitively argue, like we once did, that human consciousness is superior. Dolphins and whales, for example, exhibit language and social skills that surpass those of human beings in many ways. And various primates, they also appear to have more complex, more versioned versions of consciousness. Consciousness is neurologically entwined. It's entwined with the workings of nearly every part of the human brain, and it allows us to be socially aware and communicative with others. But there's always been the chicken and the egg question. Is consciousness a byproduct of brain activity, or does consciousness shape the brain? We now know that both are true. A single conscious thought can initiate activity throughout the entire brain.
And as our neuroimaging studies have shown, even the act of contemplating the nature of consciousness, as a group of Buddhist meditators did in our lab, is enough to alter both the structure and the functioning of the brain. Every year, dozens of new studies appear that expand our understanding of human consciousness, yet its nature and its source remain a mystery. Because of this continuing elusiveness, scholars like Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff have suggested that the principles of quantum mechanics may be the best way to explain it. So far, no definite evidence has been found to support this intriguing idea. But it wouldn't surprise us if a connection was one day found.
However, there is substantial evidence to suggest that human consciousness, or something that appears to be related to intentional thought, can transcend what we normally assume to be the physical limitations of the body and the mind. It may not be enough to have any practical use, but when Dean Radin, senior scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, did a double-blind study on the effects of human intention on another person's autonomic nervous system, his team discovered something. The sender's compassionate thoughts generated small changes in the skin conductance of the distant receiver, even though the person receiving the thoughts was completely unaware of the experiment. Radin's team also showed that our thoughts might be able to affect inert substances at a distance, such as water crystals that were located literally on the other side of the planet.
It's too early to evaluate the validity and consistency of such studies, but their findings strongly suggest that the brain's ability to communicate extends far, far beyond the boundaries of normal human interaction, defying any established scientific principle. If we want to understand the power of language in human communication, we have to include what we currently know about the nature of conscious thought. Consciousness, as far as the most recent research shows, begins the moment we come out of the womb. Prior to birth, the fetus is almost continuously asleep, with very little neural activity occurring in the areas that produce language. But newborns immediately become aware that they are separate from other people and objects in the world. In other words, they have a sense of self and other. They also have a primal awareness that they need to communicate.
If they're going to survive in the world. And they do so through their vocal cords and body language. They scream, they smile, they wave their arms around to communicate their basic needs. They exhibit emotional responsiveness. They exhibit signs of shared feelings. They remember sounds and vowels that they heard in the womb. And they exhibit spontaneous neural activity that corresponds to what William James called the stream of consciousness. Many of the structures that govern conscious speech reside in the outermost layers of the brain, but these areas are largely undeveloped at birth. Rapid neural growth begins immediately after we are born. Dense neural connections are made. Connections between the neocortex, the thalamus, and other deep structures of the brain. These changes predict the degree of consciousness that infants and children have.
And consciousness continues to develop and change throughout one's lifespan. Disrupt any part of this delicate circuitry, and conscious awareness can be permanently impaired. Consciousness is a world unto itself, an abstract mental representation of an outside reality that we can never fully grasp. Take color, for example. It doesn't actually exist in the world. Light waves exist, but they are not what we see inside our brains. The brain's visual centers interpret the effects of light waves, and then the information is reconstructed into an internal palette of colors. Because human beings share the same visual functions, we all see a blue sky on a sunny day, even though the sky is not really blue. But if you don't give that experience a name, the brain might not be able to see that specific color at all.
Color is also influenced by culture. Whether you grow up in Russia, England, or Africa, the words you assign to colors will alter what you actually see. For example, the Beren Mimo tribe of Papua New Guinea cannot distinguish between blue and green, but they can be taught to do so. It demonstrates that perception is a language-bound category, controlled by processes unique to human brains. The same is true for words. Change the sound, change the intonation, and the entire meaning can differ. Different people react to the same word in different ways. A statement like, "You are beautiful," it can be a compliment or an invasion of privacy. In China, telling someone they are beautiful would be considered impolite. Normally, we make the assumption that other people relate to words the same way we do. They don't.
Everyone hears something different, even when we are using the same words. We all create a different map. Everyday consciousness, it represents a very limited view of reality. It's like a snapshot, a tiny, tiny picture taken of an enormous panoramic view. And the information changes from one moment to the next. Our working memory selects about 3 or 4 chunks of data at a time. What's a chunk? It's a small packet of related information. Short-term memory can only hold those chunks for about 20 to 30 seconds. Then they get dumped. It's like looking at a forest. We can't consciously pay attention to all the details. So the brain picks one word to represent a complex experience, forest, and then forgets it. The brain takes all the words and implied meanings and summarizes them.
If a person uses too much information, our unconscious processes arbitrarily choose what seems relevant. You can guess what the problem is. Most of us believe it's best to give a detailed description. never realizing that they can only focus on 4 tiny chunks of information and for a very brief period of time. Even a single sentence composed of 10 words is difficult to recall accurately. The slower we speak, the more the listener's comprehension will increase. The formula is easy to remember. Keep your sentences short and speak slowly for 30 seconds or less. Sometimes, even 30 seconds is too long. By severely limiting communication, the ability to express anger is removed. That's the funny thing about anger. It neurologically generates more anger. But when we work within severe time limits, the most creative ideas pop up.
If the conversation is important, find the quietest place possible. Even hearing traffic noise in the background is enough to impair your ability to learn. Compassionate communication teaches us to become aware of how we normally think. It's nearly impossible to stop our minds from thinking. We call this inner speech. It preoccupies most of our waking life. It helps us to exert self-control by enhancing our ability to restrain our impulses. But you'll discover that each emotional state has its own voice: anger, fear, joy. If you think this sounds like a multiple personality disorder, you're not far from the truth. We all have dozens of subpersonalities. One part of us does a job, and another part whispers, "It's not good enough." A self-critical voice will stimulate error detection circuits, but a self-reassuring voice, that will stimulate the circuits involved with compassion and empathy.
Negative inner dialogue can be particularly destructive. But if you change your inner speech, you change your behavior. The ability to control the tone of our inner dialogues. That is the first step toward winning trust and respect. Observing your inner speech. We all have the power to change our inner speech in ways that they'll improve our lives. But first, we have to learn how to listen with our inner ear. This involves a different brain system from the one that actually controls speech. Here is a little exercise you can do right now. It will help you identify these inner voices, and more importantly, to distinguish the useful ones from the disruptive ones. Get a sheet of paper, get a pencil. Find a quiet place to sit.
Take a few deep breaths.
This helps you stay neutral as you observe the constant shifts in your awareness. After you write down each thought, take a deep breath. Relax. Pay attention to whatever happens next. Continue to observe, note, and let go. The longer you do this, the more intense the experience becomes. Sometimes the silence will increase. Other times it will decrease, to the point where it can make you feel like you're going nuts. Like we said earlier, the brain doesn't like to change. And the inner voices, they certainly don't like being ignored. But if you sit there and you observe the voices without judging them, which is the most important part of this equation, you'll be developing a powerful psychological tool. 8 randomized controlled studies have shown this. This exercise is one of the fastest techniques for reducing stress, anxiety, irritability, and depression.
When you learn how to master deep awareness, you are less likely to get caught up in destructive emotional states, the kind that sabotage your ability to communicate effectively and compassionately. Transforming negative inner speech. Inner speech is not necessarily bad. It helps us manage strong emotional reactions. It gives us the power to modify inappropriate behavior. If you're feeling anxious or highly stressed, positive inner speech can help you feel calmer. And positive self-talk, it improves the performance of people in active sports. It's like having an inner coach, but you have to develop it, and you have to weed out the negative advice. Let's say you're up to bat at the company-sponsored baseball game. Positive inner speech can be simple, "I can do it," or it can be complex, like devising a strategy to fake out the pitcher. But let's say you strike out.
There's a tendency for an inner voice to blame you, or blame someone else for your defeat. This is the speech you need to interrupt. Replace it with assurance that you can do better the next time. When inner speech turns negative, and it can happen to the most successful people in the world, it will over time generate a plethora of problems: eating disorders, passivity, insomnia. It can make you quit your job in a self-destructive way. It can drive you to treat your family with disdain. On the other hand, positive self-talk improves attentiveness, autonomy, confidence, and work performance. It doesn't seem to matter what the words are, as long as they are positive, repetitive, and realistic. And you have to use your words to generate a plan. Just wishing you'd make $1 million won't make you a penny.
But if you use inner speech to plot out a sound financial plan, you increase your chances of success enormously. The moment self-doubt creeps in, it will sabotage your dreams. Sarah White, a distinguished leadership coach, recommends these steps. Observe your inner speech and keep a thought record. Confront your inner critic. Rewrite those self-limiting scripts. Replace negative thoughts with positive dialogue. Look for the gift and the opportunity in every obstacle. Focus on accomplishments, not setbacks. Review, reinforce, and practice your new self-talk. Obviously, self-talk serves many purposes, but it does have a hitch. It can distract us from paying full attention to what another person is saying. Instead of listening, we're often unconsciously rehearsing what we want to say next. Whenever our attention is split like this, it interferes with memory, cognition, and social awareness. Inner speech takes us out of the present moment.
But it can distract us from truly listening to other people. The voice of insight. With enough practice, awareness of our inner speech leads to a discovery. A new voice will occasionally appear. The voice of intuition. Often it is preceded by a long period of inner silence. Then, a sudden insight may burst into consciousness. In that moment, you might get a glimpse of the larger picture. This kind of insight is often difficult to put into words, but it feels true. It's the eureka or aha experience, the one associated with creative flashes. This too is a unique language-driven experience, one governed by the right hemisphere of the brain. The insula and anterior cingulate, which govern compassion, are stimulated. And in these moments, everyday consciousness falls away. Cognitive restructuring takes place. And suddenly, the world looks different.
The feeling may last a second or stay with you throughout life, but the stories are surprisingly the same. A new consciousness emerges, one that allows you to function more fully, more efficiently, and with a deeper sense of inner peace. The language of silence. So far, we've given a lot of attention to inner speech, but what about silence? Does it have any neurological value? Yes. In fact, if you don't pause for a few seconds between each brief phrase, the listener's comprehension will decrease. The same holds true when you use unfamiliar or technical words. It takes more time for the brain to process them. Thus, you need to speak briefly, then pause. Leave a few seconds of silence at the end of each phrase. Great teachers, actors, and public speakers, they know the power of a silent pause. They consciously use it.
Salespeople and CEOs do the same because they know those pauses create a deeper connection. They also know how important it is to let the other person talk. It's the only way to gain true insight. Deep listening requires silence, which means we have to train our mind to distance itself from the speech it continuously generates. This raises a question. Is it really possible to achieve true inner silence? Yes, but only for brief periods of time. Even if you are in a soundproof space, the auditory part of your brain will become activated. You'll automatically hear verbal messages. The brain is not used to silence. From an evolutionary perspective, too much silence can be a sign of danger. When the bird and animal sounds in a forest stop, it usually means there's a predator afoot. Listening to the silence between words. Here's a little experiment.
It's going to feel very strange at first, but it will help you hear how busy your mind is. All you have to do is say a single sentence aloud, but we want you to pause for 1 second between each word. Then say another sentence, but leave 2 seconds between each word. With each additional sentence,
Pause for an additional second. Notice how your inner speech begins to react. I assure you, it will become quite noisy and agitated. Interestingly, the speakers usually feel increased anxiety, but the listeners, they tend to feel increasing calm. To get a sense of this right now, read this next part out loud. Pause for 4 or 5 seconds between each word. As you speak this slowly. Notice what you experience between each of these words. Read it again with even longer pauses. Stretch out each word.
Pay attention to the sounds of the consonants and the vowels. Instead of worrying about the message, just notice the experience of speaking slowly. Most people, when they do this, will hear inner commentaries. This is silly. This is weird. It's ridiculous to speak this way. Sometimes the inner speech slows down, but often it speeds up. It's as if the mind feels it has to talk fast to fit in everything it thinks is important. People often speak rapidly for fear that if they don't describe everything in full detail, the other person won't understand. But if you remember the golden rule of working memory, the other person is only going to remember a very small portion of what you say. When you speak super slowly, you'll begin to use the silences to carefully select the next word.
You can actually think about what you want to say while you're saying it. In a matter of minutes, you may even notice something, that you can communicate a great deal of information with half the words you would normally use. Here's what happened when Mark first tried this with his wife. The first few minutes were just spent getting used to the unusual rate. Then Mark, speaking super slowly, asked Susan a question. How does this way of speaking feel to you? I like it, Susan responded, just as slowly. Why? Asked Mark after a 5-second pause. It doesn't make me nervous, Mark responded. But there's no emotion in my voice. I know, said Susan. When you're emotional, I sometimes think you're mad. A long pause followed. My mind is racing right now. Another long pause. Without emotion, my speaking career would end. Susan didn't respond.
Do you really want me to speak this slowly? Yes, said Susan, without pausing. Why? I don't know. I'm just noticing it for the first time. When you speak normally, I get anxious by the amount of emotion in your voice. Mark thought a long time about that. It didn't make much sense, but if it distanced his wife from him, why not give it a try? How long do you want me to do this for? Till Christmas. 5 months? Exclaimed Mark, forgetting to pause. Yes, 5 months, Susan replied with a smile. All kinds of thoughts raced through Mark's mind. Christmas, 5 months? No way. Wow, I make my wife anxious? She never said that to me before. Eventually, his mind calmed down. They agreed to continue talking super slowly, and although they didn't do it for more than a week or two, it was one of the most transformative periods in their relationship. They talked for 4 hours about disturbing events from 10 years earlier, things they'd never been able to address. They now have a formal agreement to speak very slowly to each other whenever a difficult conversation arises. Emotions play an important role, but when they are presented with too much drama, they evoke defensive reactions. Often, we're not aware of the impact our speech has on others. Ask them. Ask what you can do to become a better communicator. Realize that every dialogue is a unique experience. Every dialogue, even with the same person, might require us to adjust our tone and the time we give to speaking and listening.
When emotional buttons get pushed, if we consciously slow down our speech and use the warmest tone of voice possible,
Our words and body language will help the other person to relax. Trust and empathy can be undermined with a single negative expression, but it can be rebuilt if we consciously generate compassion for each other. Improving the silence. When you learn how to be a silent observer of your own thoughts, a different type of silence emerges. In that silence, people often have a curious insight. They become aware that they are watching themselves. But then another thought occurs. Who is this person who is doing the observing? This self, if we can call it that, is different from our normal ideas about who we are. It tends to be calm, serene, and mostly silent. It watches but doesn't react. It listens and rarely speaks.
But when it does, most people experience it as a form of inner wisdom. In the silence created by this awareness, we can improve our ability to make predictions. This allows us to make better decisions concerning our work and our life. It's an interesting paradox. We need to have an observing self to be conscious, but most of us are unconscious of the observing self. Instead, we give far more attention to the superficial self-image, impressions filled with fantasies and judgments. None of these ideas is accurate. When we learn how to use our observing self to watch these other images, we begin to realize they aren't necessarily real. They're just opinions from ourselves and others. The observing self takes a more accurate view of reality. It doesn't seem to get upset like our normal selves do. We aren't born with this ability, but we can develop it. A strong, observing self actually predicts enhanced well-being. It lowers emotional stress. It makes us more socially aware of other people's needs. In truth, we really don't have to talk as much as we think we do. Mostly, we just repeat the inner speech our brain is using to consolidate information. If we take a few moments to step back, we'll discover that most of the words we hear with our inner ear do not need to be shared with others. But if we want to have more productive dialogues, both the speaker and listener need to slow down. Slow down enough to allow the inner wisdom of the observing self to emerge. In that improved state of consciousness, we'll choose our words more wisely. As a shrewd Hasidic rabbi once said, before you speak, ask yourself this question: will your words improve the silence? If we were totally selfish, isolated creatures, there would be little need for communication. We'd simply do what we wanted to do whenever we wanted to do it. But if every living organism, if every single one of them were to engage in such behavior, competition over scarce resources, food, water, or viable mates, it would immediately escalate into violent conflict. Throughout the natural world, biologists have identified thousands of interrelational strategies, and they're all designed to keep the peace. Those strategies can be boiled down to two words: cooperative communication. In order to survive, there has to be a balance between how much we take, how much we share, and how much we give to others who cannot fend for themselves. But the question remains, are humans inclined to be more selfish or cooperative, more greedy or generous?
When we first began to develop this book, we were actually inclined to believe that humans were fundamentally selfish. In fact, one of the early working titles was The Selfish Brain, a paraphrase of the classic work by Richard Dawkins, The Selfish Gene. There's plenty of evidence to support the argument for selfishness. But years of research has convinced us that the opposite is true. Only as infants are we allowed the freedom to be utterly selfish. Our brains are so undeveloped at the time of birth that we must depend on caregivers to provide us with every need. However, our selfishness doesn't last long. As soon as we can care for ourselves, our family members demand reciprocation.
We have to learn to share our toys with siblings and friends. And we have to do chores for our parents. And we have to limit our selfish impulses when we enter school. If we don't, we're punished. We're sent to our room or to the corner of the classroom, deprived of social contact. And this painful message makes it clear that selfishness is rarely tolerated in the social arena of life. Still, there remains an inner struggle. If we have to share something we value, a plethora of questions arises. For example, how much do we need to share, and for how long? This brings up other questions concerning degrees of fairness and generosity. But there are never clear answers to guide us, since each situation is different. We have to turn to our words and negotiate agreements.
If we fail to find a mutually satisfying solution, the other person will not cooperate with us. The same holds true for work. No one is going to hire us and give us money unless we can give them something of value in return. There is no language of selfishness. When we're selfish, there's no exchange of property or words. We simply take what we want without asking. But fairness requires cooperation, and cooperation is entirely dependent on a combination of dialogue, bargaining, compromise, and behavioral change. These are the basic elements that have been considered by two new fields of research: neuroeconomics and social neuroscience. By placing animals and people in brain scan machines, we have discovered a fundamental fact about human nature. In social situations, we reward helpful people with kindness and generosity, and we punish the unhelpful ones,
Even when the punishment incurs some cost to ourselves. And the more we see people behaving in ways that are fair, cooperative, and kind, the more willing we are to form long-term friendships with them. Human beings aren't the only organisms on this planet to cooperatively communicate. As biologist Joel Sachs reports, cooperation pervades all levels of biological organization. Even the lowly bacterium exhibits astonishing social behavior. In fact, plants can communicate with each other in ways that are remarkably similar to humans. Poplar trees, tomatoes, and lima beans. They communicate among themselves through the air and through their roots. They can even communicate with different plant species, animals, and microorganisms. Like humans, plants use their communication strategies to cooperate and to protect themselves from enemies. For example, some plants can literally cry out for help when they're being eaten.
The signals they emit can attract carnivorous enemies of the animal grazing on them. Some plants even appear to have the capacity to listen, while others appear to be deaf. They don't use words, but they do have signaling receptors and pathways. They even have their own form of inner speech. Some plants can use their vascular networks to send hormonal signals to other parts of the plant. Biologists call this process intra-plant communication. But for us, it's a reminder that communication takes place on many nonverbal levels, not just in plants, but in human beings as well. The entire Earth may represent a living organism with its own system of communication. However, unlike plants, only we as humans can consciously choose to increase our levels of cooperation by changing the way we communicate to others.
Boiled down to its essentials, communication involves the accurate transference of information from one brain to another. We do this through a process called neural resonance, and the more we can mirror the neural activity in the other person's brain, the better we are able to cooperate with them. If we closely observe a person's face, their gestures, and their tone of voice, our brain will begin to align with theirs. Researchers in the Netherlands demonstrated this by having couples play the game charades. One partner was strapped into an fMRI scanner and a movie was made of their gestures. Then the other partner watched the movie and tried to guess the word. The results? Similar areas were stimulated in both the sender's and receiver's brains, especially the areas involved in language recognition and speech. This tells us several important things.
Hand signs with symbolic meaning can often be utilized more successfully than words to communicate an intention. If you really want to understand what the other person is saying, you have to listen to and observe the other person as deeply as possible. Otherwise, your brains won't mirror each other. If we can't simulate in our own brains what another person is thinking and feeling, we won't be able to cooperate with them. To achieve optimal cooperation, it also helps to have belief systems in alignment. If they're not aligned, the parties must first dialogue with each other to find common ground. If common ground cannot be found, the communication process collapses. If you enter a conversation with the intention of creating a fair exchange, you'll stimulate the cooperative circuits of your brain.
In fact, the more you imitate or mirror a person's communication style, the more you'll increase that neural resonance, and this will generate more empathy, cooperation, and trust.
Other research suggests that your emotional state may become socially contagious, spreading through your home, your work environment, like a virus. Of course, there are other ways to ensure cooperation, like using coercion, but the risks are higher. Resentment quickly builds to the point where a person will be willing to make enormous sacrifices rather than submit to continuing abuse. Effective communication depends upon neural resonance. When participants communicate poorly, the neural coupling, it vanishes. In fact, researchers could even predict the degree of communication success just by observing how closely one person's brain resonated to the other.
Good listeners, the ones who paid the closest attention, could actually anticipate what the speaker was going to say a moment before they said it. Perhaps this is what a good psychic does. It's not magic. They're simply using some of the strategies of compassionate communication. If you match the language style of the person you are conversing with and the intensity of their voice, they will perceive you as being more related and attuned. In an experiment involving speed dating, the couples with matching language styles were 3 times more likely to pair up. When two people like each other, they'll mirror each other's posture, facial gestures, and movements. It may even earn you more money at work. When waitresses mirrored their customers' comments, they increased their tips by 50%. If you want to increase your ability to resonate, just use your imagination.
When a person is speaking, imagine you are them. Mentally visualize yourself in the situation they describe. Put in as much detail as possible, as if you were actually there. This triggers the neural mechanism for true empathy. Can we train ourselves to feel compassion toward everyone? Yes, but it appears that we have a neurological mechanism that stops us from empathizing with people we don't like or respect. This anti-mirror neuron activity. It deactivates the brain's propensity to imitate another person when we interact with someone whose behavior violates our personal ethics. Our empathy circuits shut down. But empathy has its limits. For example, we do not have the neural capacity to recognize when we have misread verbal cues. Thus, it is easy to think we understand what another person says, when in fact, we don't.
Our advice: never presume that you know what a person really feels and means. The day Andy got married, the rabbi kept repeating to us, Never assume you understand what the other person is thinking. Always make sure you ask and find out. Verify your assumptions with a question. John, if I understand you correctly, I think you mean, is that right? If the other person doesn't agree, they will appreciate the opportunity you've given them to communicate what they really meant. The social rules of engagement. Anger never works. What happens when people don't cooperate? How does the brain respond when somebody treats us unfairly or takes advantage of our generosity? We react with a well-documented biological process called altruistic punishment.
In fact, it turns out that the human brain is designed to initiate punishment whenever someone violates a social contract or behaves in a way we consider to be socially irresponsible. But there is a problem. Violators don't appreciate being punished, and they are often unaware that they have violated the other person's trust. If you reprimand them, they'll feel resentful. The possibility of cooperation will deteriorate, and you'll run the risk of retaliation. But if you don't say anything, the unfair behavior continues. In fact, if your voice shows even the slightest amount of disdain or sarcasm, it will be interpreted by the other person as an act of hostility. The result? Relationship dissatisfaction and instability. In personal relationships, punishment, whether in the form of anger, criticism, or judgment, rarely works.
But the brain seems to be, it's hardwired when it comes to disappointment. If we don't get what we want, even if what we want is unrealistic, the brain's anger center gets stimulated. If our desires are frustrated and the reward we hope for is postponed,
the anger center gets stimulated. If we're in a rush and someone in front of us is driving slowly, we get irritated because our selfish desires are thwarted. The best solution to the cycle that we know of is to interrupt the negativity. You do this by generating a thought that expresses compassion for yourself, the situation, and the other people involved. The research is robust. If we deliberately send a kind thought to the person we perceive as having violated our personal space, we psychologically increase our sense of social connectedness. We strengthen the neurological circuits of empathy and cooperation.
Researchers at the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics at Harvard University have found that people who use punishment the least are more likely to gain more cooperation from others. They also increase financial benefits for themselves. They state bluntly, winners don't punish, while losers punish and perish. Research at Cornell University found that there is something else you can do to improve your chances of forming stronger cooperative relationships at home and at work. Be more generous. Generosity sends a specific message to other people's brains, telling them that you intend no harm. If a disagreement is being aired, it de-escalates the potential of an angry rebuttal. It opens the door to re-engage in a cooperative conversation. In other words, being kind to those who are unkind to you will soften their hearts and soothe their angry brains.
So the next time someone zooms up behind you, blasting their horn and waving their frustrated hands at you, give them the right of way. By pulling over and letting them speed by, you have shown a little bit of respect, and perhaps one day they will return the favor to someone else. The same thing applies to conflicts at work. If you show your unkind boss a little extra compassion, your financial security will remain intact. Kindness builds cooperation, and cooperation builds a better brain. The language of trust. The brain is an enormous communication center. It has approximately 85 billion neurons and 85 billion glial cells, each with a mind of its own. They're efficient and cooperative, and continuously connecting and disconnecting from one another. This is the storage bin of our accumulated knowledge, feelings, memories, and habituated behaviors.
But only a tiny bit of this vast information is accessible to our everyday consciousness. Just those 4 or 5 chunks of information that we can hold in our working memory for a half minute or less. Compared to the rest of our brain, conscious awareness seems highly inefficient. It has a very limited view of reality, and it compensates by filling in with a lot of assumptions and guesses. How accurate is this model of the world consciousness constructs? We really don't know. And so we basically have to trust that it is reliable and useful. For the most part, it does a reasonably good job. But even so, it offers us only very limited access to the reality going on in other people's minds. When we engage in a meaningful conversation, our brains attempt to evaluate the trustworthiness of other people's intentions and words.
If we can't establish trust, we can't do business, and we certainly won't fall in love. First, let's briefly define trust. The dictionary gives us a range of choices: hope, faith, belief, reliance, confidence, and dependence. In relationships, trust is the confidence we place in another person, someone who we believe we can rely on in order to achieve a cooperative goal. But trust is something that cannot be measured directly. We can measure money and, to a large extent, performance. But what quantity of trust does it take to assure that a successful exchange will occur? Since our brain does not place much trust in the words other people use, it looks for other ways to gauge trustworthiness. We try to determine a person's character by evaluating their performance, abilities, and strengths.
But the brain also gives special attention to their eyes, their mouth, and to a lesser extent, to the subtle intonations of their voice. Indeed, the language of the eyes and the language of the lips are important means of stimulating the brain's trust circuits. And because it's easier to fake a trustworthy smile, the brain pays more attention to the involuntary movements of the muscles surrounding the eyes. One type of gaze will attract us, while another will turn us away. And it only takes a split second for an astute observer to notice this physiological change. Thus, from the perspective of neuroscience, the old axiom turns out to be true. When it comes to building trust, first impressions really count. If we see signs of happiness, our trust increases. But if we see the slightest bit of anger or fear, our trust will rapidly decrease.
Honesty and deceit. We need to look at a person's face to evaluate their trustworthiness. But the moment we realize that someone is looking at us, the brain shifts into a brief state of anxiety and alertness. It's deciding if the person is a friend or a foe. Obviously, this presents a dilemma when it comes to first impressions, because it means that we are likely to see a face that appears anxious and thus untrustworthy, at least if the person is aware that we are looking at them. This neurological problem is a reminder that first impressions really only provide a hint about a person's character and integrity. The same holds true when it comes to the notion of love at first sight. For example, the person you see sending you that special look of desire may in fact be thinking about someone or something else.
You may think they're interested in you, but they're really enamored of the pastry displayed in the baker's window behind you. We can use first impressions as a clue, but we need to gather far more information as we engage the other person in conversation. What causes us so much concern when we realize that someone is gazing at us? The philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre called it the look, and he believed that the moment we realize someone is watching us, we become uncomfortably self-conscious. Neuroscience validates this premise to some extent, but mostly for people who feel anxious or are behaving deceitfully. Eye contact tends to increase trustworthiness and encourage future cooperation among people engaged in positive social behavior. The same effect is generated when we see someone with a happy gaze. Sartre argued that being gazed at can cause us to feel shame.
In fact, he assumed that when we are alone, our social morality fades away. Here, the research supports Sartre's view. In a unique experiment, researchers set up a coffee, tea, and milk station in an office. The price of each item was posted, and an honor box was placed on the table for people to put their payments in. The researchers added one other element, a picture hung next to the price sign. For 5 of the experiment's 10 weeks, different pictures of flowers were posted. But on alternating weeks, photographs of different pairs of eyes were posted so that they stared directly at the person standing in front of the beverage station. During those weeks, 3 times the amount of money was collected. Clearly, there was less cheating and more generosity when the office workers subconsciously perceived that they were being monitored.
Not by a person, but by a photograph. The human perceptual system contains neurons that respond selectively to stimuli involving faces and eyes. Therefore, it is possible that the images exerted an automatic and unconscious effect on the participants' perception that they were being watched. In response to this research, the Newcastle Police Department launched an anti-crime initiative. They hung posters of glaring eyes with the byline, "We've got our eyes on criminals." The result? Crime dropped 17% during the first year after the posters were displayed. A similar experiment has been running for several years in Derbyshire, England, in which cardboard cutouts of police officers were placed around town. This did deter shoplifters and gas thieves, but it didn't seem to deter one type of thief. Many of the police cutouts were stolen.
As other laboratory experiments have shown, people increase their levels of honesty and cooperation when they think they are being observed. But when anonymity is assured, we tend to act more selfishly, with greater dishonesty and deceit. The language of the eyes. Eye contact is a central element in social cognition, and everyone, from birth to death, depends on it to help them read other people's emotional states. For infants, gazing into others' eyes is crucial for the neural development of the brain. It enhances cognition, attention, and memory, and it helps infants to regulate their emotions. Sustained eye contact initiates an approach reaction in the brain. It signals that the parties are interested in having a social engagement. But if one person averts their eyes, it signals an avoidance response to the viewer.
An averted gaze also sends a neurological clue to the observer that the person may be hiding something or lying. But what that something is, we cannot discern unless we engage the person in a dialogue. For example, the person may feel a romantic attraction, but the fact that they are married can make the eye contact uncomfortable. Or perhaps the person is really busy and doesn't have time to initiate a social exchange. People with social anxiety will also avoid eye contact with others.
Eye contact is essential for the communication process, but the degree of contact can be influenced by the culture in which we're raised. Thus, we have to take many factors into consideration if we want to use our eyes to build conversational trust. It's also not actually the eyes that communicate, but the muscles surrounding them.
If you pay specific attention to the movements of a person's eyelids and eyebrows, you'll receive vital information about their emotional state, especially about feelings of anger, sadness, fear, or contempt. Happiness and contentment are more difficult to discern, and a fully relaxed face can give the viewer the impression that you're not very interested in them. Let's try a little experiment. Go to a mirror and take a few minutes to relax and breathe deeply. Scrunch up all the muscles in your face, and then relax them. Do this several times. Pay attention to the emotional messages that seem to be imparted. A tense face can convey anger, disgust, or disdain.
But if you raise your eyebrows and open your mouth as wide as you can, depending on the muscles you use and how tight or relaxed they are, you can generate a variety of emotional messages, ranging from fear to surprise to terror. Again, relax your face muscles and just gaze at yourself for 3 or 4 minutes. Pay attention to the thoughts and feelings that arise. If you begin to feel uncomfortable, stay with the exercise as you observe the feelings that come up. It should only take a few moments before the discomfort fades away. Next, see if you can consciously make faces that express the anger, sadness, and fear. If you use your memory of past events, you may discover that your face will reflect a deeper and more authentic emotional state.
In fact, our emotional memories can stimulate the same muscular contractions that occurred when we experienced the real event. Now experiment with different positive emotions: happiness, pleasure, contentment, peacefulness. Are they easier or harder to express? Again, pay close attention to the inner speech that occurs with each expression you make. Finally, try emulating the expressions of shame, guilt, curiosity, boredom, and surprise. According to facial expression expert Paul Ekman, the more you feel the underlying emotions, the more you train your brain to both recognize and express them when you engage in a dialogue with others. Most of us are not aware of the expressions we convey to others, nor do we give much attention to the expressions on other people's faces. Thus, we often mistake one emotion for another.
But even an excellent reader of microexpressions, emotional cues non-verbally communicated in less than a second, knows that these are just clues. They have to be validated through deeper conversation. It's also important to remember that when a conversation becomes intense, there can be so many internal experiences going on that the messages our face imparts become blurred. We recommend that you do a similar experiment with your family members and friends. As in a game of charades, see if you can guess what emotional expression the other person is displaying. These exercises will help you to become more aware of the nonverbal messages we constantly send to one another. These exercises will also make you feel more comfortable with gazing intently at others while they are talking to you. There's one more experiment we'd like you to try.
With a partner, a colleague, or a friend, all you need to do is to gaze into each other's eyes for about 5 minutes. Most people will begin to feel uncomfortable after about 30 seconds, but we want you to ignore that impulse to turn your eyes away. Instead, sit with the discomfort and observe it, watching all the thoughts and feelings that are stirred up. Then, take a few deep breaths. Consciously relax your face, your shoulders, and your neck as you continue to gaze at your partner. When you've completed this exercise, talk about it. Talk about your experiences with each other. This is a core exercise in our compassionate communication training program because it's essential to learn how to pay close attention to facial expressions throughout a conversation. Normally, we have people pair up with someone they don't know well.
Gaze at each other for a minute. Then we ask them to pair up with a different partner and try it again. Each time it becomes easier. But it usually takes 3 or 4 rounds of gazing into different people's eyes before everyone in the group feels comfortable. In order to succeed at this, you have to soften the muscles around your eyes. Otherwise, your gaze will look more like a hardened stare. That type of gazing actually causes stress on the heart. It will be perceived by others as a threat. The result? The other person will avert their eyes. It's a signal that they are feeling discomfort. It's also a sign that trust is fading away. There's another type of gaze, one that immediately stimulates a deep sense of trust and intimacy in the other person's brain. This gaze, it can't be faked.
Because it involves involuntary muscles. The eyes are soft, and they reflect a sense of inner contentment and peace. But the expression also involves a specific type of smile. So let's take a few minutes to explore the language of the mouth. Then, toward the end of this chapter, we'll teach you how to generate a facial expression that reflects your inner feelings, an expression that will stimulate a deep level of trust in nearly anyone who observes your face. When it comes to developing empathetic trust, the eyes only tell part of the story. The other key facial expression concerns the mouth. For no matter how soft your eye gaze may be, even the slightest frown will convey a message of sadness or contempt. Fear is primarily communicated by the eye muscles, but the slightest smile can neurologically communicate a feeling of peacefulness, contentment, and satisfaction.
When we gaze at another person's face, the brain identifies a range of possible emotions in the eyes and the mouth. Indeed, a single person can generate over 10,000 facial expressions, 10,000, and many of them will trigger a specific neurological response in the observer's brain. With so many possibilities and so little room in that window of consciousness, the brain makes an educated guess. It's trying to figure out what the other person is actually feeling. The brain also looks for inconsistencies. If a person is lying or experiencing confusion, the eyes and the mouth can impart emotions that, well, they conflict with each other. For example, the mouth could be expressing anger, sadness, or disgust. But if you combine that mouth with the eyes, the emotion becomes clearer, conveying a sense of sternness. You'll still need other clues, tone of voice.
To tell if they are irritated, contemptuous, or just concentrating very hard. But you can sense how the brain works to rapidly build an opinion, right or wrong, about what that individual is feeling or thinking. When it comes to generating neural resonance, the most powerful facial expression is sadness. In fact, the more a person's face expresses suffering or pain, the more the compassion circuits are stimulated in the brain of someone looking at them. However, expressing sadness in front of another person often makes one feel vulnerable, so most of us, we cover up our hurt. We put on an expression of anger. It's a bad strategy. As we've been documenting, anger tends to generate greater irritability, which leads to greater conflict. Thus, it is always in our best interest to communicate our feelings of sadness and hurt,
and to suppress our defensive urge to get mad. Just notice the feelings that are evoked when you look at someone suffering. It should stir up many deep feelings, but anger won't be one of them. Interestingly, the brain tends to respond more compassionately when we see a child suffering, perhaps because we recognize the helplessness of the victim. Ekman recommends that we train ourselves to express sadness, and it's actually rather easy to do. Just take a moment to remember a time when you felt particularly sad. Notice how the feeling affects the muscles around your eyes, mouth, and cheeks. Deliberately increase the feeling. Let it grow as strong as it can, and notice how it affects your thoughts. Then when you engage in conversations with other people, consciously try to mirror their facial expressions.
The more you emulate the body movements and facial expressions of the person you're conversing with, the more your brain will resonate with theirs. You'll both feel more connected and empathetic, and this will generate deep trust. The only emotion you don't want to mirror is the other person's anger. In this case, we recommend that you turn your attention inward. Focus on staying as relaxed and calm as possible. Use your imagination. Immerse yourself in pleasant feelings or memories. Try to generate as much kindness and compassion as you can for the person who is frustrated and mad. If you can't do this, if you feel your temper rising, call for a timeout. Take a break. Even if the other person objects, When they calm down, you can resume the conversation on a more positive note. A smile has enormous power.
It can even change the electromagnetic activity of your brain. But the ideal smile, as Leonardo da Vinci discovered, is really a half smile because it enhances the quality of gently gazing eyes. A broad, toothy smile, it will have the opposite effect. It often implies that the person is covering up anger or fear. Anxiety and irritability can make your jaw tense up, and if you try to smile, it appears forced. It takes a special inner feeling, a feeling of genuine enjoyment, to generate a Mona Lisa smile. This felt smile can be elicited by a pleasurable experience, image, or thought. And when a person experiences this type of smile, their empathy toward others increases. When you learn how to consciously generate and maintain this smile throughout the day, you'll feel more positive. Your work will feel more pleasant.
And it will improve the demeanor of anyone you talk with, because smiling has a contagious effect. It will also strengthen the brain's ability to maintain a positive outlook on life. From the moment of birth, smiling, trust, and social empathy are neurologically entwined. When a mother sees a happy infant, dopamine is released in her brain's reward centers, and she smiles too. Infants will also initiate a smile in order to communicate with a parent. But if the mother is being inattentive, the smile will quickly fade away. This is just another reminder. When we engage in conversations with others, we need to give them our fullest attention, or their happiness will likewise fade away. Gazing into the eyes of the beloved. Like many revelations in science, we accidentally discovered a way to generate a Mona Lisa smile and gaze.
In one of our compassionate communication seminars, Mark was preparing to guide the group through an eye-gazing exercise. Normally, about 70% of people start to feel uncomfortable within the first minute. Because the group was small, Mark decided to try something different. After everyone paired up, he had them close their eyes, and he guided them through a relaxation exercise. Then he asked them to think about someone they deeply loved, or a memory that brought them a deep sense of pleasure and satisfaction, visualizing it with as much detail as possible. Within a matter of seconds, everyone in the room seemed to radiate a blissful expression, the smile that Leonardo captured so beautifully in his painting. When the participants opened their eyes to gaze at the person they were facing, the smiles seemed to grow more intense.
When Mark asked them to talk about their experiences, everyone spoke slowly and softly. They all agreed that they felt genuinely cared for by the other person, even though they had never met before. The following month, Mark guided a group of 110 people through a similar exercise. First, he just asked them to gaze at each other for 30 seconds, without any preparation. About 3/4 of the group raised their hands when asked if they felt discomfort. Then, he had them pair up with someone different, and he guided them through the visualization exercise. The same soft smile emerged on nearly everyone's face. When Mark asked the group to gaze at each other for 2 minutes after that, only 4 hands were raised. A 2010 brain scan study, it actually validated this.
At the Institute of Neuroscience in Taiwan, researchers discovered that imagining a loved one promotes greater empathy and compassion for others. It stimulates activity in the anterior cingulate and the insula. The same areas are stimulated when mothers view their smiling infants and when people engage in loving-kindness meditations. Give it a try, right now. Take a few deep breaths and bring yourself into the present moment. Relax all the muscles in your face, your jaw, your neck, your shoulders, and your arms. Take a few more deep breaths. And think about someone you deeply care for, or recall an event in your life that brought you deep satisfaction and joy. Imagine that you're right there with that special person, or in that special place, and feel how that Mona Lisa smile begins to light up your face.
Now, take that smile into the world and share it with as many people as you can. The strategies: developing new communication skills, the foundation of conscious living. No. No may be one of the most powerful words in the world, but it's not necessarily the most powerful word in your life. You'll have to discover for yourself what the most powerful word in your life is. It will be a word that encapsulates the most important principle in your life, and when it informs the other words you say, it will protect you from being knocked off balance in verbal conflicts and help you stay focused on achieving your goals. The question that helps you identify this word is an essential one. And yet, we rarely ask ourselves. In fact, it's so rare that if you search for it on Google, it brings up fewer than 50 results.
Yet a question like, what makes me happy? That can bring up as many as 28 million hits. For this exercise, I'd like you to have a pen and a piece of paper handy. Start by taking a few minutes to ground yourself. When you feel fully relaxed, ask yourself, what is my deepest, innermost value? Close your eyes for at least 60 seconds, listening to your inner voices, paying attention to whatever thoughts, whatever feelings float through your mind. Then open your eyes and write down a single word or a brief phrase that captures your deepest value. If nothing occurs to you, close your eyes again. Stay focused on the question for another couple of minutes until a word comes to mind. Write it down and repeat the question. What is my deepest, innermost value?
If a different word comes to mind, and it often does, write that one down as well. Repeat this several more times. See if other essential values rise into consciousness. Now look at your list of words and circle the one that feels the truest for you at this moment. Close your eyes once more and repeat the word or phrase to yourself, silently, and then aloud. Notice how it feels to say it. Compare it to the other words you wrote down. What is the point of even doing an exercise like this? According to researchers at UCLA, reflecting on personal values can keep stress responses at low levels. This is truly amazing. By simply pondering and affirming your deepest values, you'll improve the health of your brain. You'll protect yourself from burnout at work. You'll reduce your tendency to ruminate about failure.
And you'll be less reactive, less defensive, when someone confronts you with uncomfortable information. The 10-day experiment. Try doing this for the next 10 days. It's the first assignment Mark gives to his students in the Executive MBA program at Loyola Marymount, one of the top-ranked business schools in the world. This program is designed for full-time managers, executives, and business leaders who need advanced skills for maintaining a successful company. Here's what I'd like you to do. Each morning, shortly after you wake up, take a few moments to stretch, breathe deeply, and relax. Then ask yourself, what is my deepest, innermost value? Create a log and record your words, along with any feelings or reactions you have. Do this for 10 days. On day 11, briefly answer these 7 questions. Be spontaneous. And remember, there are no right or wrong answers.
Number 1. What was your initial reaction to this exercise? Number 2. Was it enjoyable, boring, interesting, or annoying? Number 3. How long did you spend each day contemplating your values? Number 4. Did the exercise have any effect on other aspects of your day? Number 5. How do you define the word value? Number 6. Did you discover anything about yourself? And number 7. Did it influence the way you think about your business values? In Mark's class, this assignment was optional. He didn't ask for names because he really wanted to know. He wanted to know if the exercise had any real value for busy executives. In the end, nearly everyone found it useful, enlightening, and enjoyable. But it didn't start out that way. Some were intrigued, others were bored, and a few actually became irritated with the assignment.
One student, a chief operating officer at a mid-sized corporation, put it bluntly, What does this even have to do with financial planning? But by the end of the 10 days, he wrote this, I think that this exercise should be taught to every MBA student in America. He was not alone. Listen to these excerpts from the students' responses. At first, I thought, who has time for this? I barely have enough minutes in the day to run my company. But those couple of minutes each morning, they helped me stay calm and focused for the rest of the day. Another student wrote, the moment I awake, my mind rushes to plan the day. This exercise made me realize that I'm undermining my health. The quality and quantity of my sleep has improved.
I know I have strong values, but I've never taken the time to acknowledge it. Then there was this one. I really became more conscious about my emotions and how they could sabotage my evenings with my wife. I spent 30 minutes sitting alone, thinking about the value of my marriage. I went back and apologized, and we worked our problem out. One more. I used my positive word all day long. I felt calmer, less stressed. I realized that I'd rather climb the ladder of success more slowly so I can support the people I meet along the way and give more time to my family. This exercise grounded me in the principles of goodness. For me, work can drown out the self-talk of my core values. When that happens, I can't truly express who I am. At first, I hated this exercise, but it forced me to re-examine my priorities. I realized that business is not just about numbers and money. Everyone needs to find at least 2 minutes a day to think about their principles and how to use them to build a life-sustaining career. More than a third of the students said it inspired them to pursue spiritual things, like meditation. Several people even said they were going to restructure their companies to be more values-oriented. Now, it may be just a coincidence, but the couple of students who ignored the exercise, they had greater difficulties with their schoolwork, and when they worked in teams, they tended to be less cooperative and more stubborn. Inner values on the internet. Over the past 2 years, we've been able, using Facebook and other social media forums, to get feedback about this exercise from people all over the world.
College students, therapists, religious practitioners, divorce attorneys, mediators, teachers, and corporate executives. And the feedback? Well, the feedback is overwhelmingly positive, perhaps because it takes so little time to do. For example, here's what happened when John, a construction worker from New Zealand, did the inner values exercise for 10 days. My initial reaction was, not another thing to do. But then I realized that I hadn't put much focus on values in the past, even though I'd read about it. Love, service, and family were my 3 top values, and I started to realize where love was really missing, at work. Normally, I feel a lot of animosity toward my boss, but by the third day of my values experiment, I started feeling kindness toward him. I began to let go of my anger because I saw that he was only doing his job.
Then I started feeling gratitude because, well, he was the one who gave me my job. Sherry Fruitco, a film director from South Africa, saw the inner values exercise on YouTube. Sherry had just assembled a team to shoot a project in France and decided to show them the video. Each morning before they began work, they practiced the inner values exercise. We created a fun routine. We imitated Mark on the video, yawning, breathing deeply, stretching, rolling the shoulders, and shaking our hands. We closed our eyes and asked ourselves what our greatest value was. And then, in a spirit of lightheartedness, we shared our words with each other. The result? 10 people who a week earlier were total strangers created a bond of insight and intimacy. And it wouldn't have happened. It simply wouldn't have happened without this 3-minute catalyst.
We would have worked well without the exercise, say on a level of 6. But with our sharing of values, the energy and harmony of the group reached a level of 9. P.S. Forgot to mention that when the pressure got intense, we used a specific buzzword on the set. Yawn. It made everybody relax and lighten up.
Exercises like this, they're slowly working their way into business and medical communities. At Missouri State University, psychologists found that when a personal values exercise was included in a treatment plan, the patient's tolerance toward pain improved. When we get in touch with what is most meaningful in our lives, we are less.
But during the past 20 years, values-based research mostly disappeared. Recently, the picture has changed. With the meltdown of the financial institutions, magazines like Bloomberg Businessweek have been regularly calling for the implementation of corporate and leadership values. And the business world, it's responding. Harvard business professor Rosabeth Moss Kanter, one of the most powerful women in the world, recently commented on the importance of directly addressing values in the boardroom. In organizations that I call supercorps, companies that are innovative, profitable, and responsible, widespread dialogue about values enhances accountability, collaboration, and initiative. Our own research supports this.
Even though everyone has a unique set of values, ranging from highly idealistic principles like truth and integrity to interpersonal values like love and family, when people openly share their values with each other, they come together. We once had a church auditorium filled with religious believers and disbelievers, liberals and conservatives, millionaires and welfare recipients.
And when we guided them through the inner values exercise, and then asked them to share their values aloud, nearly everyone ended up feeling a deep sense of mutual respect for each other. And when the president of the largest atheist association in America told the group that his inner value was to help people find deep peace, everyone in the room applauded. Cantor finds that the exact same thing happens in the business world. When people share and discuss their deepest values, it strengthens the motivation of the entire group. Discussing business values openly eliminates the need to impose impersonal and coercive rules. In Cantor's experience, discussions about values also help to decrease interpersonal conflict. Cooperation grows. Everyone feels like they are part of the team, and profitability increases for everyone. The organization becomes a community, united by shared purpose.
That is the power of a single question. What exactly is a value? We are often asked to define what we mean by value. But the beauty of this exercise is that we don't define it, nor do we give examples. If people ponder the question in their own ways, remarkable self-discoveries can be made. Values are difficult to define or categorize. There are moral values, political values, religious values, marital values, health values, and money values. But if they become too rigid or turned into shoulds, they can generate a myriad of conflicts. Inner values are essential for providing meaning and purpose to life. Without them, we're more inclined to exhibit antisocial behavior. Interestingly, different values activate different structures within the brain. They may actually see the world, physically see it, in a fundamentally different way. Asking the right questions.
When we were first gathering data, we asked workshop participants the following question: what is your secret desire? It gave us a goldmine of information. Before the exercise, most people responded with materialistic goals: more money, a better job, a nicer house. After practicing for 40 minutes, people responded very differently. Financial desires dropped from 34% to 14%, whereas a yearning for peace increased by 60%. Intrinsic values like these are far more likely to be associated with satisfaction in life than wealth. That's why it's important to ask the right question, in the right way. If you ask people what they want, their answers focus on material prosperity. But if you ask them what makes them happy, money is rarely mentioned. Happiness, it turns out, is a universal value that is far more important to people than material wealth.
Money may be desirable, but it cannot buy you trust. As David Brooks argues, a person who is happy in their job but has a bad family life is much worse off than someone who struggles at work but has a great family life. In reality, the stress created by focusing too much on money can literally threaten our lives. A 2010 study found that wealthier individuals had far more difficulty enjoying their lives than people who earned moderate amounts of income. Situational values. As you experiment with the inner values exercise, you'll find that the results will change. Specific events, like marriage or divorce, can dramatically alter our values, for better or for worse. Furthermore, a life-threatening event will make most people revise their values. Even reflecting on death tends to shift values away from greed and toward unselfish behavior.
In our research, there are two variations that people find useful. What is my deepest relationship value? And what is my deepest communication value? For the relationship value, the most common words are kindness and trust. For the communication value, it's the desire to be listened to with respect and to be spoken to with honesty and warmth. If we consciously exercise these values, the odds of conflict are strongly reduced, even when we are interacting with people we dislike. I'll give you an example. Mark was called into an executive board meeting to negotiate a heated dispute. One group believed that the honest expression of anger was essential. The other group believed that tact and diplomacy were paramount. A stalemate had been reached. Mark asked each leader what their innermost values were. Sam, the proponent of tactfulness, chose love, compassion, and gentleness.
Jill, who wanted to get the garbage out, chose kindness, integrity, and honesty. Perfect, Mark said. Do you both respect the other person's values? They nodded. Then, Jill, I want you to continue your argument, but you have to honor Sam's values. Express your anger honestly, but with love, compassion, kindness, and gentleness. She couldn't do it. Because it's impossible. It's impossible to express anger or resentment in a kind and productive way. 2 months later, Jill resigned, and the company has continued to flourish. Inner values in personal relationships. When people share their values before discussing a difficult issue, they are more likely to remain calm and centered. It derails feelings of anger and contempt before they creep into the dialogue. James Walton, a therapist in Los Angeles, uses this in his practice. With his patients, he has them contemplate their deepest value for 2 minutes every single day.
Take Clara and Bart. They were having multiple problems communicating. He was passive-aggressive. She was openly critical and hostile. They would fight over small things. They had stopped being friends. James had them do a relaxation exercise. For Bart, his core value was his need to feel supported. For Clara, it was her need to feel accepted. They realized they were not being sensitive to the other person's core value. James asked Bart to practice meditating on the essence of support. He asked Clara to meditate on the concept of acceptance. 1 week, just 1 week of practice, made a dramatic improvement in their relationship. They each said they felt much closer and more understood. They were becoming friends again. Is there a general rule for communication? We think so. Speak unto others as you would like them to speak unto you.
And listen to others as you would like them to listen to you. Establishing lasting business and professional values. We all seem to share similar communication values, but research shows that personal and professional values frequently differ. This can present a problem, because when there is a gap between inner values and work values, emotional burnout is likely to take place. In the medical community, this happens frequently. Physician burnout has been estimated to be close to 50% in some areas. A study of 3,200 doctors could actually predict who would experience exhaustion by identifying whose personal values conflicted with the work environment. This has strong implications for the business world. When management strategies match the values of your workers, greater job satisfaction is reported, and less people are likely to quit. Here's an exercise anyone can use.
To identify business values, make a list of about 15 words: integrity, profit, growth, excellence, quality, trust. Spend the next 10 days paring it down to no more than 6 words. The rule is, you can add a word to the list, but only if you take one off. Once you know your 4 to 6 business values, you can strengthen your practice and build a high-powered team. Then repeat the process for your personal values. It can be insightful, and it can be a lot of fun. Spiritual values. Throughout most of history, the question of values has been a spiritual one. In sacred texts, they have attempted to identify which values lead to the greatest satisfaction in this life and whatever may lie beyond. But if we were to make a list of all the spiritual values ever proposed,
We could probably fill this book from cover to cover. Despite centuries of theological debate, our species has yet to come up with a mutually agreed-upon list. We still don't know which values are most essential for our happiness or our survival. Yet, everyone has an opinion. Perhaps the easiest way to explain this is to compare it to the nature of the human brain. Unlike other animals, each person has a unique pattern of brain activity. And as we've explained, no 2 people, and no 2 brains, give the same meaning or value to the same word. We're unique, and so the values we choose to live by, the values we speak through, are as unique as the ever-changing neurons that shape the decisions we make. Even the word spirituality has defied definition. It's happened in the religious, the philosophical, and the psychological communities.
But to our way of thinking, spirituality and values are often the same. We choose to ask about your innermost value rather than your highest value. Why? Because this phrasing, it sidesteps theology. It speaks equally to believers and disbelievers alike. An ongoing research project at UCLA takes a similar approach. Spirituality points to our interiors, our subjective life, as contrasted to the objective domain of material events and objects. Our spirituality is reflected in the values and ideals that we hold most dear, our sense of who we are and where we come from, the meaning and purpose we see in our lives, and our connectedness to each other. Spirituality also captures those aspects of our experience that are not easy to define: inspiration, creativity, the mysterious, the sacred. Within this very broad perspective, we believe spirituality is a universal reality.
In this world of competing beliefs, we feel it is essential to promote a values-driven dialogue, something that, while related to politics or religion, also transcends those beliefs. The foundational element of compassionate communication is this: to honor the core values of both the listener and the speaker. All we have to do is stop outside the meeting room, or pause just for a moment before we walk through the door of our home, and ask ourselves this question: what do I value most about the person I am about to meet? If we did this more often, the risk of engaging in conflict, it would recede. 12 steps to intimacy, cooperation, and trust. Speaking briefly, speaking slowly, listening deeply, showing appreciation and remaining positive, observing our inner speech, and cultivating inner silence.
Studying the other person's facial expressions, their gestures, their vocal inflections, and mirroring them to build neural resonance. Focusing on your inner values and bringing them into every conversation. Remaining as relaxed and as present as you can. These are the 12 strategies. The 12 strategies that are essential if you want to build meaningful, long-term relationships. If you ignore any of them, the research suggests, well, you will compromise your ability to communicate. You will increase the risk of conflict. Whether we are talking to a friend, or a lover, or a colleague at work, whether we are talking to a child, a stranger, or a person suffering from disease, these communication strategies will ensure the best dialogue possible. When we choose our words carefully and orchestrate them, we foster compassion, we increase friendly cooperation. But the words we speak are only a small part of the process. It is the way we say them and the way we listen to them that makes all the difference in the world. To improve our skills, we have to do several things. First, we need to recognize that the way we normally speak, it's inadequate. It's filled with habituated patterns set in place during adolescence. Then, we have to consciously interrupt those habits over and over and over again. And finally, we need to replace those communication styles with new and effective ones. This requires training, and training takes time. Fortunately, even a few rounds of practice will be sufficient. You will be able to take these strategies and incorporate them at home and at work. They will significantly improve your ability to empathize.
In fact, our research shows you should be able to alter the structure, the actual structure and function of your brain. Social awareness, enhanced cognition, greater emotional control, all in 8 weeks or less. You'll be actually rewiring your brain to communicate more effectively. The 12 components of compassionate communication. The first 6 steps are preparatory. They are what you do before you enter a room. 1. Relax. 2. Stay present. 3. Cultivate inner silence. 4. Increase positivity. 5. Reflect on your deepest values. 6. Access a pleasant memory. These steps create an inner state of intense awareness and calm, and that is essential for step 7. Observe nonverbal cues. If you are not conscious of the subtle changes in tone or facial expressions, you are likely to miss important clues. You won't know if the person understands you
or if they are even paying attention.
Then, when you engage in dialogue, adhere to these 5 strategies. 8. Express appreciation. 9. Speak warmly. 10. Speak slowly. 11. Speak briefly. 12. Listen deeply. How many people actually do this on a daily basis? Far fewer than we would wish. It's like weight loss. We all know what's required, but we easily slip back into our old habits. It's human nature. It takes a lot of neural energy to interrupt an old behavior. To build a new habit, we have to repeat a new behavior hundreds and hundreds of times. Eventually, it will become second nature. Step 1. Relax. Stress is now considered the #1 killer in the world. Stress generates irritability. Irritability generates anger. And anger shuts down the ability to communicate. So before you enter a conversation with anyone, spend 60 seconds relaxing.
Notice which parts of your body are tense. Assign a number on a scale of 1 to 10. Breathe in slowly to the count of 5. And then exhale slowly to the count of 5. Repeat this 3 times. Now, if possible, yawn a few times. Notice if your level of relaxation has increased. Slowly stretch your body. Immerse yourself completely in the sensation. Begin with the muscles of your face, scrunching them up. Then stretching them out. Move to your shoulders and your neck. Scrunch your shoulders to your ears and let them drop. Push them down toward the floor. Tighten up the muscles in your arms and legs. Hold them tightly. 1, 2, 3. Then relax them as you shake your hands and feet. Take a few more deep breaths and rest. Can a brief exercise like this really change your brain? Yes.
Several fMRI studies have shown that a 1-minute relaxation exercise, it will increase activity in areas of the cortex essential for language, communication, social awareness, decision-making. Cortisol levels will drop. Your biological stress, it will decrease. Research also shows that just watching the patterns of your natural breathing, it will change your brain in positive ways. And if you coordinate your breathing with another person, it will help the two of you feel more calm and caring toward each other. In conversations that get heated, the person who is capable of remaining calm, they will benefit the most. So, by all means, learn how to focus on your relaxation when difficult issues are discussed. Step 2. Stay present. When you focus intently on your breathing, you pull your attention into the now. The inner speech of everyday consciousness stops, at least momentarily.
And this allows us to become aware of the subtle things happening around us. We hear sounds we rarely notice. We feel more sensations. If we bring this presentness into a conversation, we hear more clearly the subtle tones of voice, the tones that give meaning to the speaker's words. Try this exercise from Eckhart Tolle. Concentrate on your right hand. Ask yourself, how can I really know at this very moment that my hand exists? The more you think about this, the more sensations you'll begin to feel. If you don't feel anything, close your hand very slowly into a fist. Hold it tight. Then spend the next 30 seconds slowly opening it back up. Pay attention to every sensation. In this deep state of concentration, your mind has become silent. Your blood pressure, it will have dropped.
Being relaxed in the present moment is beneficial to your heart. We can actually watch this with fMRI technology. Our everyday consciousness shifts into a meta-awareness. We experience a larger, more unified perception of the world. If we bring this into our conversations, we'll be less likely to be knocked off balance by the other person's emotions. We'll feel their pain and respond with compassion because we have been able to remain relaxed. Step 3. Cultivate inner silence. Most of us can only stay present for brief periods. Soon, it gets interrupted by our inner speech. Research shows you can suppress those distracting thoughts, but you have to practice. The more you consciously think about not thinking, the more you gain control over the brain's spontaneous cascade of cognition. We especially need to develop the skill to remain silent. Why?
So that we can give our fullest attention to what other people say. Unconsciously, they will know when we are distracted. And the lack of interest they perceive, it will make them distance themselves from you. In active communication, silence is not the enemy, it's your friend. Step 4. Increase positivity. Before you begin, take a mental inventory. Are you feeling happy or depressed? Tired or alert? Any negative thought or feeling, it interferes with the brain. It interferes with language processing and listening. If negative feelings remain, repeat the exercises or consider postponing the meeting. When a colleague senses your stress, they know your ability to have a productive dialogue is compromised, so why take the risk? Even if you feel calm, ask yourself, do I feel optimistic about this person?
If the answer is no, if you harbor any doubt or an inkling of anger, then again, if possible, postpone the dialogue. If you can't, spend a few moments focusing on a more positive idea, because any negative state can generate mutual defensiveness. Here's a trick. Mentally rehearse what you think could happen. Have an imaginary conversation, like an actor reading from a script. It is easy to spot statements that would undermine your goal. Imagine how the other person might respond if you told them how you really felt. If it doesn't make them feel like you respect them, the conversation will likely fail. To make any conversation successful, you need to generate heartfelt positivity for yourself and the other person. Positivity is our birthright. It reigns whenever positive emotions like love, joy, and gratitude touch and open your heart. There is a 3-to-1 ratio for success.
A comparison of positive thoughts to negative ones. If you express fewer than 3 positive thoughts for each negative one, the interaction is likely to fail. If you want your relationships to flourish, you need to increase that ratio. At least 5 positive messages for each negative utterance. I'm disappointed, that counts as negative. A frown or a gesture of contempt, that counts too. The research is substantial. Positive imagery can reduce a negative state of mind. Can you arbitrarily create an optimistic attitude? Researchers say yes. You can even undo negative memories from childhood by re-scripting the event, by imagining a different outcome. So, by all means, prime yourself with positive feelings. But, as Martin Seligman points out, merely repeating statements to yourself, it doesn't raise your mood very much. Instead, you have to embed optimism through the power of non-negative thinking.
This means you will need to consciously identify, then root out, the negative beliefs that have been, unconsciously stored away in your long-term memory. You can begin this process by asking yourself, what evidence is there to support your negative belief or your fear? Often, you'll find that your doubts are based on an exaggerated view of the situation. If you take a moment, pull yourself into the present moment, these old negative voices, they will lose their power. Over time, you can transform a helpless and pessimistic outlook into a realistic and lasting optimism. Positivity won't eliminate periods of depression or anxiety or self-doubt, but it will dramatically reduce the number of incidents, and this will improve every dimension of your relationships with others. Step 5. Reflect on your deepest values.
In the previous chapter, we explored the transformational power of knowing your inner values. To set the right tone for a conversation, 2 other values need to be consciously addressed: your innermost relational value and your deepest communication value. Together, these 3 values will create the best possible scenario. Few people hold anger and violence as values, but the research confirms that sociopaths place the highest value on material gain, on instant gratification. Sometimes money and pleasure are their only values. Obviously, such people make bad risks for relationships that demand trust, integrity, honesty, and fairness. These are essential in business and in love. If our personal and business values are not aligned with the person we are involved with, trouble is unavoidable. This suggests that we should ask others about their inner values as soon as we possibly can.
But there's a catch. Sociopaths are very good at reading other people's minds. They can tell you with great accuracy exactly what you hope to hear. They can also mask the nonverbal cues of deceit. They are very hard to spot. However, when people become angry, they act a little crazy. Like the sociopath, they become emotionally unpredictable. This makes it difficult to have a constructive dialogue. How do you communicate compassionately with angry people? How do you stay true to your own values? It's difficult, but it is not impossible. You have to identify and then speak to their underlying suffering and pain. You have to look beyond the anger. When you do this, it will become easier to generate a compassionate smile. That smile, it will help to diffuse the anger being expressed by the other person.
Ideally, when anger erupts, a timeout should be called. But sometimes you can't do this. In those situations, it may help to focus on one question. What do I value most about this person? Then, speak to those qualities. If you feel like you are about to lose your own patience or your temper, then consider extricating yourself from the interaction as quickly as possible. Let the person know that you'll be happy to re-engage when everything calms down. Even if you enter a conversation with calmness, the other person's negativity may have more power, because the primitive parts of your brain will kick into defensive survival mode. They'll suck you in, and your positivity will vanish. Then what? Research says that you can deliberately suppress these negative reactions. You can impose a series of positive thoughts on yourself and on the other person. This technique,
It has been proven to be more effective than most other strategies. To make a conversation balanced and fair, both parties need to be clear and upfront about values, about intentions, and goals. Sharing these, it will make the communication process more efficient. Step 6. Access a pleasant memory. It's best to enter a conversation with an inviting expression, one that conveys kindness, compassion, and interest. But, as we explained, this facial expression cannot be faked. It can be elicited by tapping into a pleasant memory, particularly one that involves people you deeply love and respect. This memory, it softens the muscles around your eyes. It evokes a gentle half smile on your face. When another person sees this expression, it stimulates a feeling of trust in their brain. The recollection of pleasant memories will also release pleasure chemicals throughout your own body and your own brain.
this will take you into an even deeper state of relaxation. When you look directly into the other person's eyes, as you maintain this loving memory, they will want to engage you. Their facial expression will resonate with yours, as researchers at Loyola University Chicago demonstrated. Contentment gives rise to mutually benevolent engagements. Why not just keep your face relaxed? Well, it turns out that a very relaxed face looks somber, which is why people in old photographs from the 1800s looked so unhappy. Back then, it took several minutes for an image to become fixed. A state of deep relaxation was the best way to keep a person's face still. But in the early 1900s, when shutter speeds were faster, photographers were finally capable of capturing fleeting expressions of contentment. Now you are ready to engage another person in a meaningful conversation.
And it only takes about 4 minutes of preparation. A minute to stretch, relax, and yawn. Another 30 seconds to bring yourself into the present moment. A moment to observe your inner speech and suppress it. Another minute to fill your mind with positivity as you focus on your deepest values. And finally, the recollection of a memory that fills you with pleasure and joy. With a little bit of practice, you'll be able to enter that exquisite state in less than a minute or two. Step 7. Observe nonverbal cues. Keep your eyes on the ball. It's an expression used in sports and often applied to business. But when it comes to interpersonal relationships, it's essential to keep your eyes on the individual you are conversing with, to discern the many nonverbal messages we constantly send.
However, this does not mean that you should gaze unceasingly at the other person. That could feel invasive. But if you maintain softness in your eyes, generated by a pleasant memory, the other person won't want to take their eyes off you. Eye contact stimulates the social network circuits in your brain. It decreases the stress chemical cortisol. It increases oxytocin, a neurochemical that enhances empathy and social cooperation. Most people can recognize the 7 basic facial expressions: anger, fear, sadness, disgust, surprise, contempt, and happiness, even though they remain on a person's face for just a few seconds. But you need to stay completely focused, making sure that you aren't distracted by your inner thoughts. If a person wants to conceal a feeling out of embarrassment or the desire to deceive, the true expression might only appear for a quarter of a second.
Reading micro-expressions is not essential. It simply gives you an edge. Nor will your impressions necessarily be accurate. You'll have to look for additional clues. Micro-expressions can only tell you that a true emotion is hidden, but it won't tell you why. To ferret out these important bits of information, you'll have to talk more deeply with your partner. Step 8. Express appreciation. The first words you speak will set the tone for the entire conversation, and a single compliment, that may be all you need. Yet few people begin their conversations on a positive note. In fact, we're more inclined to speak out when we are bothered by something. We don't realize that complaints immediately create a defensive reaction in the listener. So we have to train ourselves. Every appreciative comment is a powerful form of affirmation. Of course, the compliment must be genuine.
As the staff at the Mayo Clinic emphasizes, relationships need nurturing. Build up your emotional account with kind words and actions. Let people know that you appreciate what they do for you, or even just that you're glad they're part of your life. Our suggestion? Begin each conversation with a compliment, but make sure that you end it with another compliment. Research shows that people respond better to compliments received at the end of an interaction. One day I asked my publisher, "Do you really mean it when you compliment my writing? Or are you just saying it because it's what an anxious writer needs to hear?" His response startled me. "Mark, I really don't know." The moral of this story? When you make a habit of showing constant appreciation, even if it begins as a courtesy, your own mind comes to believe it's true. Step 9. Speak warmly.
We cannot overemphasize the importance of speaking warmly, of conveying your compassion and sensitivity. If you drop the pitch of your voice and talk more slowly, the listener will hear and respond with greater trust. This strategy, it has been used to help oncologists present bad news to patients. When the doctors reduced their speaking rate and their pitch, the listeners perceived them as more caring and sympathetic. A warm, supportive voice is the sign of transformational leadership. It will generate more satisfaction, commitment, and cooperation. Step 10. Speak slowly. Slow speech rates increase a listener's ability to comprehend what you are saying. Slower speaking will also deepen that person's respect for you. Interestingly, faster speakers are often viewed as more competent than slower speakers. But we believe that this is a culturally learned behavior, one that can easily be taken advantage of.
Jeremy Dean, a researcher, suggests that we be particularly wary of the silver-tongued talker. The fast pace is distracting, and we may find it difficult to pick out the argument's flaws. Speaking slowly is not as natural as it may seem. As children, we automatically speak fast, but you can teach a child to slow down by speaking slowly yourself. They'll match the rate of your voice. A slow voice has a calming effect on a person who is feeling anxious, whereas a loud, fast voice will stimulate excitement or anger or fear. The true power of speaking slowly? It's the increased consciousness it brings to an otherwise habituated process. Step 11. Speak briefly. As you know by now, in compassionate communication, we have a basic rule. Whenever possible, limit your speaking to 30 seconds or less.
And if you need to communicate something essential, break your information into even smaller segments, a sentence or two. Then wait. Wait for the person to acknowledge that they've understood you. It's a hard concept to embrace. Why? The best reason we know of is that our busy minds have not been able to clearly formulate the essence of what we want to convey, so we babble on, externalizing the flow of information generated by our inner speech. In centuries past, this problem was addressed by writing. If you really had something important to say, you wrote it in a letter or posted it in the community newspaper. Writing itself is a great way to consolidate one's thoughts. So, we recommend that you write down the major points of what you want to say, especially before an important meeting.
Although we've covered this point several times already, it bears repeating. Our conscious minds can only retain a tiny bit of information, and for 30 seconds or less. Then, it's booted out of working memory as a new set of information is uploaded. Our solution? Honor the golden rule of consciousness. Say only a sentence or two, then pause. Take a small, deep breath to relax. If the other person remains silent, say another sentence or two, and then pause again. This allows the other person to join in whenever they feel the need to respond or to ask for clarification. If you must speak for a longer period of time, forewarn the listener. This will encourage them to pay closer attention to you and to ignore their own intrusive inner speech. Ideally, we suggest that you explain this rule to your partner.
And then invite them to experiment with you, each taking turns speaking a sentence or two for 30 seconds or less. If your partner agrees to this strategy, you'll find that you can accomplish an enormous amount in a very short period of time, even if you don't use the other components of compassionate communication. This is the key strategy we teach to people who are involved in complex negotiations, conflict resolution, and it's especially effective when mediating volatile dialogues between opposing parties. Step 12. Listen deeply. To listen deeply and fully, you must train your mind to stay focused on the person who is speaking, their words, their tone, their gestures, facial cues, everything. It's a great gift to give to someone, since to be fully listened to and understood is the most commonly cited deep relationship value.
When the other person pauses, and hopefully they'll have the self-awareness not to ramble on, you'll need to respond specifically to what they just said. If you shift the conversation to what you were previously saying, or to a different topic, it will interrupt the neurological coherence between you two, and the flow of your dialogue will be broken. When practicing compassionate communication, there's usually no need to interrupt. If the other person doesn't stop talking, they may be giving you an important clue. Perhaps their mind is preoccupied, or perhaps they are deeply caught up in their own feelings and thoughts. If this is the case, it's unlikely that they will be able to listen deeply to what you want to say. But what if you have to convey something important and your time is running out? Neurologically, this is a dilemma.
Because the listener will feel your interruption as an intrusion. There's no simple solution to this problem, which is why we encourage people to formally agree to speak briefly. If you must interrupt, you can apply the other strategies of compassionate communication. For example, you can quickly interject an apology and a compliment, using a warm, slow voice as you maintain a gentle gaze. I'm sorry to interrupt, since I do value what you are saying, but unfortunately I have a meeting I have to attend, and I want to make sure I'm able to tell you what I need to convey. For most people, this form of imposition will be met with appreciation. It's also important to realize that most people are unaware that they are hoarding the conversation. They get caught up in their inner dialogues.
They are often impatient to speak, lest they forget something important. In fact, research shows that most of us begin to speak before the other person has finished talking. Even doctors, who are trained to listen carefully, tend to interrupt patients within 23 seconds, long before the patient's concerns have even been stated. Our advice? If you are engaged in an important discussion and the conversation is taking too long, suggest to the other person that you both take turns speaking only a sentence or two. You'll be surprised at how quickly an entire business plan or a medical treatment can be laid out. If the other person keeps going and on, and there's no need to interrupt, use this as an opportunity to study that person in detail. Observe, and at the same time, watch how your own inner speech reacts.
Allow yourself to flow with the words you hear. Don't worry about what you may remember or forget. You'll actually be practicing a form of medication. It is neurologically enhancing and emotionally relaxing. A far cry from what we usually feel when we are bored by someone speaking. The power of intuition. There you have it. 12 steps, 12 strategies that can transform any conversation into a remarkable event, fostering trust, empathy, and cooperation through the process we call neural resonance. But it will take practice to change the familiar patterns of dialogue that you are used to. Effective communication demands a conscious, concerted effort, lest we slip back into old behaviors. So, we ask you to practice these strategies every chance you get. Share them with your family, your friends, your colleagues. Discuss the 12 steps and decide which ones make sense for you.
If you want to change them, by all means, do. And if you find a strategy you believe is essential, please let us know. Compassionate communication isn't an open-source experiment. Hundreds of people have contributed to it, and we expect that the process will continue to evolve. This brings us to our final piece of advice, drawn from many years of research into the nature of human consciousness. Trust your intuition and do what feels right for you. Every person is unique. Every interaction is unique. And every conversation is unique. Some strategies will work for some people at certain times, while other strategies will be called for with other people at other times. So we have to trust our intuition, which from our perspective contains a vast reservoir of insight. Somewhere inside us, behind all the noise of everyday consciousness, there is a calm, observant self,
capable of making wise decisions. We can exercise this inner voice by practicing the 12 strategies of compassionate communication and following the advice of the inner wisdom of life. Compassionate communication, retraining your social brain. In this chapter, we're going to guide you through 2 specifically structured scripts. They're designed to undermine those old, habitual, and honestly ineffective ways of communicating. The goal is to replace them with a more effective strategy, something that will help to enhance social relationships, reduce misunderstandings, and generate mutual cooperation. We've divided the script into 2 parts. The first part is structured so that you can do it alone before you converse with someone. And the second part, well, that's designed so you can practice with a partner. After you've read through this chapter, we recommend that you practice this exercise with 3 different people.
Now, preparing to practice. That's 9 practice sessions, lasting 20 minutes each. It's a 3-hour commitment, but it's enough to give you a thorough experiential sense of its value. It's about building new neural networks in your brain. The exercise is designed to alter the tempo and the rhythm of your speech, while you remain in a relaxed state of awareness. Surprisingly, other people don't even seem to notice. They don't notice that you're talking more slowly or more briefly, or even that you are observing their facial expressions more closely. Instead, if you ask them, they are likely to say that you appeared more focused, more attentive. They sense that you have become a better listener. They will feel your presence, whether they are consciously aware of it or not. Now, preparing to practice.
The first 10-minute script will guide you through a relaxation and focusing process. It's designed to bring you into the present moment, feeling positive and optimistic about engaging another person. You can do this part alone. Imaginary dialogues can have great value, especially when you need to address a difficult person or an uncomfortable conflict. By rehearsing how a conversation might evolve, you can often predict the best way to communicate your needs. It allows you to alter your strategy in ways that encourage a win-win scenario. Ideally, the best way to follow any exercise is to listen to it. When you read an exercise, you have to engage more neural circuits. You have to hold the book, recognize the words, translate them into inner speech. The solution, just give yourself more time as you read. Read each sentence out loud, very slowly.
This will shift your consciousness into a more observant and attentive state. Alternatively, you can make a recording of this script. Just make sure that you speak as slowly as you possibly can. Now, let's begin.
Find a comfortable chair, a quiet place to sit, where you won't be distracted by people or phone calls. If you have a bell or a chime, keep it handy. The bell serves as an auditory reminder to slow down, relax, and pause. It entrains your brain to go more deeply into a state of silent relaxation. When you see a pause in the script, use that time to observe your feelings, your sensations, your thoughts. Note them, and then let them fade away into silence. With practice, you'll soon begin to integrate these conscious pauses into your everyday conversations. The pause itself will enhance your neurological awareness.
Step 1. Take a few deep breaths, slowly breathing in and out through your nose. Now, relax all the muscles in your face. Let your forehead relax. Let the muscles around your eyes relax. Take another deep breath and relax your jaw. Now, relax all the muscles in your neck. Take a really deep breath and relax your shoulders. Lift your shoulders up to your ear and then let them drop. Once more. Pull your shoulders up high. Hold them and then push them down toward the ground. Breathe in deeply. Feel how your chest moves. In and out. Take another slow breath as you relax all the muscles in your arms and your hands. Feel the weight of the book in your hands. Then, close your eyes.
Use the next few moments how your upper body feels. Step 2. Take a slow, deep breath and relax all the muscles in your back. Feel all the tension melting away, beginning with the top of your spine and slowly moving down to your hips. Take several deep breaths. Feel how your stomach rises and falls. Now turn your attention to your legs. Move them from side to side. Feel yourself melting into the seat of your chair. Now bring your attention to your feet. Tighten them, then relax them and shake them out. Now turn your attention to your entire body. Tighten up all your muscles. Hold them tense to the count of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then let everything relax. Once more. Tighten up the muscles of your shoulders, arms, and legs. Hold them tight. Tighter. And now, relax. Take a few slow breaths.
Mentally scan your body, looking for any excess tension in your muscles, your arms, your chest, your neck, and your face. Take another deep breath and let all your tension melt away. Notice how your body feels. Notice the calmness in your mind. Step 3. Now breathe in, and as you breathe out, make a soft sighing sound. Do this again, and then yawn. Yawn again even if you don't feel like it. It will make you even more relaxed and alert. Keep yawning for the next minute. Notice how each one begins to feel more and more real. Take another deep breath. Feel how relaxed you are becoming. Slowly stretch your arms and legs. Slowly twist your torso from side to side. Do this for another minute in silence. Pay attention to the sounds in the room. Then, bring your attention back to your breath.
Listen to the sounds of each inhalation and exhalation. Step 4. Visualize someone you deeply love, or recall a special moment from the past that fills you with pleasure and joy. Something or someone that makes you feel like smiling. Feel how the muscles of your face begin to change. Notice how the muscles around your eyes are softening. Take a few deep breaths, then stretch again. Enjoy this feeling for the next few moments in silence. Step 5. Ask yourself, what is my deepest, innermost value? Notice whatever word comes to mind. Then return your attention to your breathing. Now ask yourself this, how important is it to me to be listened to and understood? Notice the thoughts and feelings that come to mind. Then let them go. Take a deep breath and relax some more.
Now ask, what tone of voice will best communicate what I want to say? Notice your thoughts and let them go. Shift your attention to your breathing. Feel your whole body relax some more. Now ask yourself, what is the best way to listen when someone else is speaking? Once more, notice the thoughts and feelings that come to mind. Take a deep breath, stretch your body, and bring yourself back into the present moment. Step 6. Visualize the person you plan to talk to. Think about a quality that you really like about that person. Notice how it makes you feel. Deepen your breathing. Hold a compassionate thought in your mind. Take a deep breath and continue to relax into your body. Now visualize yourself talking to this person, paying them a compliment. Tell them what you appreciate about them.
Imagine that they have a warm, gentle smile on their face. Now, imagine that this person is paying you a compliment. What do you hear them say? What do you imagine they appreciate about you? Notice how these imaginary comments make you feel. Step 7. Next, imagine that a compassionate dialogue begins to spontaneously unfold. Visualize the two of you sitting there, taking turns, speaking slowly and briefly. Fantasize about what is said. One person speaks a sentence or two, slowly, then stops and relaxes, bringing themselves back into the present moment. Then the other person speaks a few slow sentences and pauses, taking a deep breath and relaxing as much as they possibly can. Keep this fantasy dialogue going for the next minute or two. Step 8. Bring yourself back into the present moment. Let the fantasy conversation fade away. Take a few deep breaths. Relax all the muscles of your face and body. Notice how your overall consciousness has changed. Now, entering a conversation with others. You are ready. Review the strategies. Relax. Stay present. Cultivate inner silence. Increase positivity. Reflect on your deepest values. Access a pleasant memory. Observe nonverbal cues. Express appreciation. Speak warmly. Speak slowly. Speak briefly. Listen deeply. When you walk into the room, slow down your gait. This too, will serve as a reminder to remain alert and relaxed. Greet the person with optimism. Make certain that your words reflect a positive tone. As you wait for the other person to respond, stay relaxed. Observe their face, their body language. Listen to the tone of their voice. See if you can identify their emotional state. This information will let you know if the person can be responsive to what you want to say.
Now, practicing with a partner. After you have experimented with the imaginary conversation, ask a friend or a colleague to practice with you. Take 2 chairs, place them close together. Sit down facing each other. We suggest that you both read the steps out loud. You should be the first reader. You will need to speak slowly so that the other person can become fully immersed in the experience. Monitor the speed. Ask your partner if they want you to speak slower or faster. Some people feel uncomfortable with very slow speech, but for most people, the slower the better. You'll probably be surprised at the rate they feel most comfortable with. Have your partner close their eyes. It helps most people to reach a deeper state of relaxed attention. Say one sentence slowly, then pause long enough for your partner to process the information.
Tell your partner to lift a finger when you are ready for you to move on. Then, when you engage in the dialogue, either of you can lift your finger or ring a bell to remind the other person to slow down or to talk more briefly. In this first session, don't talk about any difficult issues. Those can be addressed later. For now, keep it positive. If you're not sure what to say, ask yourself this: can the other person hear and respond in a positive, compassionate way to what I want to say? If not, the likelihood of a positive outcome is limited. This is a rule. Apply it to all conversations you have. Now, guide your partner through those first 5 steps. Ask them to keep their eyes closed. When you pause, study your partner's face. See if you can discern the subtle expressions.
Relaxation, pleasure, or frustration. If you sense discomfort, ask them to take additional deep breaths, to yawn, to stretch. Try lowering the tone of your voice. Speak a little softer. With each step, slow down a little more. Step 9. Visualize the person sitting across from you and smiling. Stay aware of your breathing. Hold a compassionate image in your mind. Think about something you really appreciate about this person. Notice how that makes you feel. Think about another quality that you admire or respect. Again, notice how this thought makes you feel. Affirm to yourself that the conversation you are about to have will be filled with compassion and respect. Now, imagine such a conversation taking place. In your mind, you see each person taking turns, speaking only one sentence at a time, slowly, briefly, then pausing.
When one of you finishes speaking, you both take a deep breath and relax, pausing for about 3 seconds before the other person speaks.
Step 11. Now ask yourself this question: what's the most important value that I want to bring into the conversation I'm about to have? Notice the thoughts and feelings, then let them go, bringing yourself back into the present moment. Now recall a memory that brings you a sense of pleasure, happiness, or joy. Feel a warm smile begin to form on your face. Feel the muscles softening around your eyes. Step 12. In a moment, you will open your eyes. Gaze gently at your partner. Begin the conversation by saying something appreciative or complimentary. Listen to the compliment given by the other person. Don't judge what they say. Just stay focused on your inner sense of well-being. Let a spontaneous conversation emerge, speaking only one sentence, then stop and relax. Listen deeply as your partner speaks, and when they pause, take another deep breath and relax.
Then say whatever comes to your mind. But before you speak, ask yourself this: will my words be met with kindness and appreciation? If not, if you think they will make the other person defensive, take another deep breath. Allow a different thought to come to mind. Continue the dialogue for at least 5 minutes, talking, pausing, and listening, staying as relaxed as you can. Then close with a compliment and a statement of appreciation. Put down your script and just begin to talk with your partner. The conversation should flow quite naturally and easily, and since you'll each be speaking only one sentence, you'll be surprised how quickly it moves. It moves into areas that you probably would never have thought about discussing. Sometimes the conversation shifts to deep feelings, concerns about work, or an incident that happened in the past.
Sometimes a salient memory comes to mind. Or perhaps the conversation might focus on the values that matter most to you. At other times, nothing important comes to mind. If that happens, continue to stay relaxed. Allow yourself to become comfortable with the non-conversation. One of the purposes of this exercise is to interrupt the belief that we have to say something important or meaningful all the time. If we train ourselves to remain neutral, calmness itself will have a beneficial effect on the conversation. In essence, you'll be learning how to be in the present moment with another person, without all the distracting thoughts that pull us away from our deeper, nonverbal connection to each other.
Even remaining in silence as you gaze at each other, observing your own inner speech as you stay relaxed, is a powerful experience. It has numerous psychological and neurological benefits.
The next time you practice compassionate communication, you'll discover that the conversation will again take surprising turns. You can also begin to experiment with speaking longer, say 2 or 3 sentences at a time. When you do this, the goal is to make sure that the other person is fully engaged in listening to you. If not, it's a clear sign to pause and let the other person respond. If one person has a tendency to talk longer than 30 seconds, you have several choices. You can simply observe to see if the other person realizes that they've engaged in a monologue, or you can watch how your inner speech reacts. This training exercise is a learning experience, and each time you practice, you'll intuitionally recognize layers of communication that you never noticed before.
If the person continues to speak too long, you can bring this issue into the compassionate communication dialogue. Tell them how you feel, but tell them briefly, with a warm tone of voice. Many people have deeply embedded unconscious habits, and you may have to gently pull them into the compassionate communication model many times before their habits begin to change. Going deeper. If both parties want to, you can choose to take the conversation to a more intimate level. We suggest that you wait for about 5 to 7 minutes before doing this, but we also suggest that you talk for no more than another 5 minutes. Close with a compliment and an appreciative comment. Then, share your experience with each other. What did you learn? What value do you feel the exercise has?
What can you take away from it that you can incorporate into your daily conversations? Now you can decide if you feel ready to discuss more difficult issues in your relationship. Often one person will feel ready to jump in, but the other person will hesitate. Our advice? Don't push it. Take more time and practice more rounds of compassionate communication. In those rounds, talk about the concerns you may have, because this is the ideal state in which to establish the necessary ground rules for working through conflicts and problems. Use compassionate communication to create a game plan, and discuss how to handle the conversation if one person gets too upset. The beauty of this exercise is that it allows you to cooperatively create strategies that are embedded with feelings of mutual trust and respect. If these qualities aren't present, then the communication process breaks down.
Usually, the conversations that emerge are pleasant and constructive, but sometimes they bring up unexpected anxiety. For example, some couples begin to worry about what the other person might say. If you are conscious of this, then we suggest that you use the exercise to share those feelings. Follow the rule of not saying anything you think would be upsetting to the other person. It may take 5, 10, or even 20 rounds of practice, but eventually progress will be made. If not, then a therapist or an executive coach can probably assist. Continue to practice the strategies of compassionate communication, especially when a third party is involved. Sometimes a person's inner anxiety or irritability will make them say something that interrupts your flow. If this happens, we suggest that you don't bring it up in the compassionate communication format until you've become proficient at it. Table the issue.
And use the imaginary fight exercise. Here's our suggestion for couples who want to make a commitment to this methodology. Decide together how often you want to practice each week. Ideally, this would be 5 to 7 times. When the other person isn't available, you can do steps 1 through 8 in your imagination, and then rehearse what you want to say the next time the two of you talk. Keeping a diary of your experience enhances the process, but don't use your diary to vent. Research has shown that this is quite a destructive act. It will deepen your inner conflicts and anxiety. Instead, use your diary to construct positive solutions. Track the positive progress you make. Pay it forward. We hope you'll experiment with this exercise with as many people as possible. First, try it with your friends, then your family members.
And don't be surprised if you find that your kids can follow the directions better than you can. That's what we found with our own children. Then, try this exercise with a colleague at work. In fact, compassionate communication has proven to be very popular in the business community, to the point where many of our academic colleagues are writing articles about it. Brevity, clarity, trust, and cooperation. These are essential for a company's financial success, and any strategy that can stimulate these qualities is readily incorporated into company policy.
Compassionate communication is easy to teach, and in most sections of the community, conducting workshops in it requires little formal training. In fact, the CD and MP3 we created work as a self-contained training module. You can use them to guide an entire group of people. Even a single training session appears to be enough to enhance teamwork.
It improves conflict resolution in many social and work-related arenas. One of the benefits of introducing compassionate communication in a group or classroom setting is the feedback. When you discuss what the optimal forms of communication should be, everyone comes away with new strategies. Strategies that can be used to handle future problems with greater effectiveness and resolve. In the educational arena, it turns out that we rarely talk about talking, but it's essential when it comes to the people we're closest to. And so, we recommend that you try the following experiment with your spouse, your kids, and your closest friends. Ask this question: what would you like me to change about the way I communicate with you that would improve our interaction? In our experience, this is a question that delights the person who is asked.
It gives them an opportunity to suggest ways to improve your interpersonal relationship. After all, don't we all want to know how to deepen our friendships and love? Yet when we ask rooms full of people how often they've even considered asking such a question, hardly any hands are raised. Instead, we hear a lot of nervous laughing, a sign that many already suspect what the other person might say. This suggests that we somehow know, deep down inside, that we are not talking and listening as well as we might. Make this a topic during a formal compassionate communication exercise. Ask your partner what you can do to improve the process. We have found that both individuals will bend over backward to comply. Then, at your next compassionate dialogue, ask for feedback about how well you have done.
Once you become accustomed to the training exercise, you can loosen up the rules. After all, there are times when it's really a delight to just sit back and chit-chat. But if you do this with a little added awareness, even a superficial dialogue can bring deeper satisfaction and joy. Finally, we would love to hear from you. Tell us about your experiences, the benefits you've gained, the problems you encountered, and any unique variations that you have found useful. We'll try them out and test them and share them with our growing community online. Our aim, as always, is to help people bring a little more peace into their lives and to bring that peacefulness into their conversations with others. In that way, we hope, with your help, to bring a little more peace into the world. The application: practicing effective communication with others, compassionate communication with loved ones.
We'll share how different people have used compassionate communication to initiate dating, deepen intimacy, build empathy with strangers, and handle conflicts in their personal lives. Every brain processes language in a different way, and this results in a communication style that is, well, unique to each individual. Thus, every conversation has the potential to unfold in a creative and original way. Normally, we try to standardize our language and the way we use our words. But as far as the research is concerned, this is nearly impossible to do. Different people continue to apply different meanings to the same words, and everyone uses a different style of vocalization. Some people like to speak as little as possible. Others like to chatter away. Some prefer to talk superficially, while others like to delve into the most personally revealing issues. These differences, these are what cause us to misunderstand one another. And those misunderstandings, they lead to hurt, anger, and disappointment. Compassionate communication levels the playing field. It starts with the primary assumption that every conversation, indeed, every sentence we speak, is filled with verbal and nonverbal messages that we frequently overlook. By bringing our awareness into the present moment, we can approach a conversation with an open perspective, with the explicit intention to not impose our opinions or judgments on each other, and an honest desire to better understand the other person. Compassionate communication is not just about the dialogue, it's also about the space two people create during a conversation. You are practicing how to be with another person, in conversation and in silence. When you honor this shared space, the relationship can take on a numinous quality.
It brings with it a heightened sense of awareness and aliveness. A first date. The best time to apply the 12 core principles is when we first meet someone. They help us to suspend our inner speech and the natural anxiety that occurs when we meet a stranger or someone we don't know well. They encourage us to feel open and relaxed, enough to avoid putting the other person on guard. This is a moment when we need to be particularly observant so we can see if trust is even a possibility. Here's how a young man named George used it. It was a difficult time for him. He was separated and living alone, and he was about to go out on a date. He hadn't felt this vulnerable in years. 1,000 voices were arguing in his head. Am I still attractive?
Will I like her? And if I do, will she like me or reject me? What should I say? What should I even do? Oh God, I feel like a teenager in a middle-aged body. The voices went on and on. He cringed at the idea of playing the dating game. But the notion of being alone for yet another weekend, it was just too much to bear. George drove to the community park. He stepped out of the car and braced himself for the initial exchange. The inner voices were raging. His heart was pounding in his chest. From head to toe, adrenaline filled him with fear. In the past, dating had never been a problem, because George used to be a player. He knew how to tease and he knew how to seduce. He was good at it. But he always landed in bed with the wrong woman, someone who was as afraid of real intimacy as he was. He married a trophy girl, but the intimacy was never genuine, and so they fought a lot. George didn't want to repeat the past, so he decided to use the compassionate communication exercise. He arrived at the park a half hour early. He sat on a bench, and he guided himself through a series of relaxation exercises. Next, he began to watch his thoughts. Each time a feeling of anxiety came up, he took a deep breath and relaxed some more. Then he told the thought to just go away. "I don't believe you," he said to his critical inner voice. It took about 20 minutes, but he finally calmed down. Then he envisioned staying relaxed as he imagined the person he was going to meet.
More doubts popped up, but he pushed them out of his mind, replacing them with a positive affirmation. "I have no need to worry," he said to himself, "and I have no need to manipulate the date." He stood up from the bench and walked slowly to the meeting place. As he strolled along, he immersed himself in the beauty of the flowers, the sounds of the breeze blowing through the leaves. He was practicing staying in the present moment. Then he caught sight of Marcy. He kept his gaze on her because this distracted him from the worrisome thoughts. He greeted Marcy. They began a pleasant conversation. But George felt conflicted, afraid that he was using his old dating games. He wanted to tell Marcy what he was struggling with inside, but he knew that it could be risky, especially on a first date.
Still, George decided to take a chance. What's the worst that can happen? He reasoned. If she rejects me for sharing how I'm feeling, then I can move on and find someone who really wants to know who I am. "Marcy," he began, "I'd like to try an experiment if it's okay with you." "What do you have in mind?" she cautiously replied. "Would you be willing to talk for a few minutes using a technique I just learned? The rules are simple. We'll speak very slowly and briefly, and we'll try to stay as relaxed as we can." "Okay," said Marcy, but George noticed trepidation in her voice. This pleased him, because in the past he never would have noticed such a subtle communication cue. "I'll begin," said George. "I want to share with you how anxious I'm feeling. Normally, I cover it up."
George noticed a look of surprise in Marcy's face. He immediately felt more nervous. This is a big mistake, he thought. But then, Marcy said something he didn't expect. "I know how you feel, but I'm pleased you told me that. Most of the men I've dated, they don't share what they really feel." George felt a warm glow in his body. He smiled. For about 20 minutes, they talked about the difficulty of expressing emotions. Then, George felt tears welling up in his eyes. "It's scary for me to say this to you, but I'm going to say it anyway. I feel like I've never been so open and honest with a woman before." Marcy's eyes were also moist. She reached out and touched George's arm. "I know how you feel. My ex and I used to fight all the time."
"And I don't think we ever had this kind of intimacy, except on rare occasions. And here we're doing it on a first date." Marcy and George continued to talk slowly and intimately,
for the next 3 hours. They both agreed to use compassionate communication whenever a feeling of anxiety or anger cropped up. And yes, they eventually married. The last date. Practicing compassionate communication does not guarantee that a relationship will blossom into love. In fact, when both people share how they really feel inside, they may come to realize that they are not the best match. But if they continue to apply the principles, they can end their relationship on a note of friendship, something that very few people manage to do. Trudy had been married to Bob for 5 years, and they were like night and day. She loved children and animals. He didn't.
She read spiritual self-help books. He was critical of anything religious. She liked to talk about everything. And he liked to complain. Tensions built. He became depressed. So she dragged him into couples therapy. But during the first hour, all Bob did was grumble. He complained about the controlling nature of his wife. The therapist interrupted him. "Bob, tell me, what is your deepest value?" The question took Bob. It took him by surprise. "Honesty, I suppose." "And your deepest relationship value?" Bob quickly responded. "Respect." The therapist said, "Bob, I know you're being honest when you tell Trudy how controlling she is, but let me ask you this. Are you being respectful of her when you complain?" With embarrassment, Bob mumbled, I guess not." The therapist turned to Trudy. "What do you think of Bob's values, honesty and respect? They're important."
But I never feel that Bob treats me with respect. There was a strong note of hostility in her voice. "Trudy," the therapist asked, "what are your deepest relationship values?" "Kindness and intimacy," she immediately said. "Bob, what do you think of Trudy's values?" "I agree with those values," Bob replied. "So we're all on board here," said the therapist. "I want the two of you to talk to each other about your concerns. You can be fully honest, but you both have to talk with deep kindness and respect. Do you think you can? Can both do that?" Bob and Trudy agreed. "Great," said the therapist. "But first, I'm going to guide you through some exercises that will sidestep the anger you have been feeling for a while. Agreed?" They did. The therapist took them through the beginning steps.
When they both had serene expressions on their faces, the therapist asked them to talk about their deepest values. "I don't want either of you to bring up other issues today," he said. "We'll get to those later. Now, I want you to begin by telling each other what you love and respect about the other person." Both Trudy and Bob struggled with this. It had been a long time since either had expressed kindness or gratitude. Bob went first. "You're my best friend. I can tell you anything about myself, and you really seem to listen." Trudy was genuinely touched, but suspicious. The therapist reminded her to take a deep breath, to focus on personal memories of happiness. "What I love about Bob is his honesty," Trudy said, looking at the therapist. "I can trust him in ways I could never trust my previous husband." The therapist intervened.
Trudy, say that again, but say it directly to Bob, as you gaze into each other's eyes. When she did, Bob smiled warmly. An intimate dialogue quickly ensued. After 20 minutes, they both replied that they had hope. They made a commitment to talk to each other every day, for 20 minutes, and to honor each other's values whenever they spoke. Over the next 8 weeks, Bob changed dramatically. He learned to interrupt his chronic negativity. And Trudy learned not to get caught up in her own critical inner voices. By observing her inner speech, she realized that she used criticism to distance herself from men, just as her mother had done. It was her way of running away and playing it safe. At first, the relationship seemed to flourish, but Trudy still felt a sense of emptiness inside.
She began to think that her goals in life did not match her husband's, but she was afraid to share these thoughts. After all, he seemed so in love with her. Thus, she was very surprised when Bob asked her if she might be happier living alone. By practicing the facial recognition strategies, Bob had learned how to accurately intuit what Trudy was feeling inside. Bob had also made a commitment to spend 10 minutes a day writing in a diary.
He reflected on his deeper feelings, desires, and goals. He was asked to have imaginary dialogues with his wife, but to interrupt any irritation he felt. Bob wasn't really an angry person. He had simply become so accustomed to it that he wasn't aware of how pervasive it was. As he learned to reframe his negativity, his entire mood changed. His self-esteem began to grow.
When you practice compassionate communication, you learn how to observe your partner without judgment. This allows partners to see who the other person really is, not what they wish or hope them to be. Bob and Trudy came to realize that they were always trying to please each other without taking care of their own needs first. Sadly, their relationship reached a stalemate. They realized that their political and religious values were so different that they interfered with their social lives. They were still friends, but nothing more. Using the communication strategies they'd learned, they filed for divorce and separated their assets with fairness and mutual respect. The good news? They both found new partners quickly, and the two couples became friends. Trudy's anxiety only returned on brief occasions, and Bob's gloominess? It disappeared. For the first time in years, he looked forward to going to work.
He took up recreational activities for the first time in his life. What makes relationships thrive? Trust is one of the most important elements in a relationship because it can determine whether a relationship will succeed or fail. If you trust your partner, your relationship will thrive. If not, it won't. Lack of trust leads to conflict, and conflict leads to what psychologists call attachment anxiety. In other words, quarrels and emotional arguments make it difficult for people to feel emotionally safe. Low self-esteem and fear of rejection, these will also undermine relationship stability. In fact, the expression of any form of emotional anxiety and self-doubt, it acts as a signal to your loved ones that you are poorly handling interpersonal conflicts. How can the other person tell? By reading the negative facial expressions, the ones generated by neural dissonance in your frontal lobes.
Relationships thrive when people are immersed in an environment of positivity, mutual respect, cooperation, and trust. There's just no room for chronic negativity and self-doubt. Not in business and not in love. Conflicts damage your body and your brain. When marital conflicts occur, a common pattern is for one partner either to withdraw or immediately confront the other person. Both of these choices have a risk: an increase in cortisol, a chemical known to increase stress and damage the brain and the cardiovascular system. As researchers at the University of Utah found, marital conflict evoked greater increases in blood pressure, cardiac output, and cardiac sympathetic activation than did collaboration. Anger and hostility even interfere with the body's healing processes. Researchers at Ohio State brought 42 married couples into a hospital. They created small blister wounds on their arms. They measured the rate of healing,
And discovered that it took almost twice as long in couples who consistently communicated hostility toward each other. Clearly, anger does not work well. However, positive communication between couples, it not only sped up the healing process of the wounds, but also generated higher levels of oxytocin, the brain's love and bonding chemical. Our suggestion? The moment you feel tension building up inside of you, do everything in your power to physically and emotionally relax. If you can't, tell your partner that you need to take a time out to unwind. This can be anywhere from 10 minutes to a day or two, until the stress neurochemicals are eliminated from your body. Having a mutual agreement to call timeouts provides a necessary safety valve when inner stress reaches the point that it spills into the conversation. When conflicts are moderate or severe, a third party can be called in.
A therapist, a friend, or a neutral colleague. The mediator points out subtle forms of negativity in the person's speech, then asks that individual to reframe their words in a positive, supportive way. As researchers at the University of Rochester found, the more skilled we become at regulating our emotions while we speak, the more quickly we resolve our conflicts and with the least amount of stress. The imaginary argument. Conflicts are unavoidable, but as we become more adept at noticing nonverbal cues,
In a person's body, face, and vocal inflections, we can predict with a great deal of accuracy when a conflict is about to emerge. Furthermore, as we become more observant of our own inner speech and levels of tension, we can predict when we are most likely to get our buttons pushed. This is where the power of imagination comes in.
Because if you have a fantasy conversation about a conflict that is starting to grow between you and another person, you can often identify what the best solution might be before you engage in a dialogue. Here's an effective way to develop this skill. Set up 2 chairs, as though you were going to practice the compassionate communication exercise. Sit in one chair and face the empty one. Imagine that the person with whom you are in conflict is sitting there. Then have an imaginary argument and watch where the conversation ends up. If you don't like the results, try another strategy. Communicate in a different way. Play it out in your mind. Change the tone of your voice, or try saying something complimentary to the imaginary person and see how they respond. Now try getting really angry at the person.
And watch how they react in your imagination. Then ask yourself, if this were a real conversation, what would be the result? In this way, you can often pinpoint conversational strategies that won't turn out well, and you can see how you might influence a more positive outcome by changing your style of talking. It may take as long as an hour to find a strategy that will satisfy you, but we can guarantee the approach you decide to use will be superior to what would have happened if you confronted the other person without this mental preparation. The empty chair exercise turns out to be more successful than other forms of interventions, and the following warm-up exercise will help you to develop this skill. Imagine for a moment that someone, an old friend, lover, or business colleague, walks up to you and says something upsetting.
Or think about a time in the distant past when someone you knew hurt your feelings or made you mad. Imagine that person walking up to you right now and hurting your feelings again. Use your memory to recall the feelings of anger, hurt, or pain. Keep focusing on the negative thoughts and feelings that come up. Notice where in your body they affect you the most. Do they make your jaw tense up? Do you feel like making a fist or striking out or running away? Exaggerate the feelings. Hold on to them for 30 seconds, but not longer. Now, think about how you would normally react. Notice how that makes you feel. Take a few deep breaths. Relax your body. And let those thoughts and feelings float away.
Now, you ask yourself this question. When someone says something that upsets me, what is the best possible way to respond? Notice the thoughts that come to mind. Then, take another deep breath and relax. Again, imagine someone saying something to you, something that would normally make you irritated, angry, and hurt. But instead of getting upset, imagine that you remain perfectly calm. Visualize the 2 of you standing there. The other person is yelling at you, but you are remaining completely relaxed and calm. No matter what the other person says, you continue to feel happy, joyful, and serene. Continue this visualization for as long as it takes you to really feel that sense of calmness. In your mind's eye, look at the angry person in front of you. Instead of focusing on the anger, try to see what is causing the other person to feel so upset.
See if you can feel their hurt and their pain. And then, take a very deep breath and relax. Now, speak out loud to this imaginary person. See if you can find the best words to make that person feel cared for, understood, and loved. Notice how you feel. Stretch a few times. And bring your attention back into the present moment. The more you practice this imaginary exercise, the easier it will be to carry this relaxed and non-defensive state into a dialogue with someone else. The result, as research has shown, less interpersonal distress, fewer complaints, more mutual esteem,
and more satisfying resolutions, at home and at work. And the effects? They've been shown to last for at least a year. When you are ready to engage a loved one in a conflict resolution dialogue, make certain you maintain a clear focus.
Focus on the qualities you admire and respect about that person, in a manner that allows you to remain true to your deepest values concerning relationships, communication, and love. Asking your partner to change. Compassionate communication fosters self-awareness, but it doesn't give you the power to change the behavior of someone else. Only they can do that. You can let them know how their behavior makes you feel, but only if you communicate this in a way that does not assign blame. If you create the right atmosphere, using the strategies we've been describing, you can call for a special meeting to request a behavioral change. The other person may or may not comply. They might not even be able to change, but they will feel your kindness and respect. The famous meditation teacher, Thich Nhat Hanh, suggests trying the following strategy.
Darling, what you just said hurt me. I would like to look deeply into it, and I would like you to look deeply into it also. Then you can make an appointment to look at it together. One person looking at the roots of your suffering is good.
2 people looking at it is better, and 2 people looking together is best. When you speak, you tell the deepest kind of truth, using loving speech, the kind of speech the other person can understand and accept. While listening, you know that your listening must be of a good quality, to relieve the other person of his suffering. Words of love, words of hate. You can actually measure how stable a relationship is by counting the number of positive and negative emotional words used in everyday conversations. When researchers at the University of Texas analyzed journals, email, and text messages, those who included the most numbers of positive emotional words were more likely to still be dating 3 months later. The message is clear. If you want your romantic relationships to last longer, send your partner as many heartfelt affirmations as you can.
But they must be genuine, because the other person's brain is built to intuit lies. Inflammatory words are particularly damaging to any relationship, whether it be at home or at work. And if you let your emotions take over during a marital conflict, they may literally break your heart. In a recent study, emotionally charged discussions caused the release of cytokines. These are proteins linked to cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and various cancers. But when people used words reflecting reason, understanding, and insight, the release of these stress chemicals went down. Our advice? Choose your words carefully. And be careful about ruminating on the conflicts in your marriage. This too releases stress chemicals that are damaging to your heart. Finally, some advice for everyone. Avoid hostile words when you are around other emotionally volatile people. They can cause them to react with physical and emotional violence.
With few exceptions, the evidence says that criticism is not helpful, especially in spousal relationships. In fact, hardly anyone can tolerate criticism, especially from close relatives. If there is already a degree of marital discord, criticisms will lead to greater unhappiness and strain. And if you notice an increase in critical comments, it's a sure sign that the relationship is heading for trouble. It's important to recognize that different people can tolerate different levels of criticism. For example, some people seem to overreact, and this may be a clue of an underlying depression. On the other hand, some people don't realize that what they say would sound critical to the average individual. They just have thicker emotional skins. Negative or destructive criticism means exactly what it says. You voice an objection or complaint that basically states that the person is wrong or bad. Negative criticism strongly predicts marital discord, whereas constructive criticism is not perceived by the listener as being negative or dismissive. Constructive criticism requires that you don't voice a complaint or disapproval. Instead, you offer a positive alternative approach, a win-win solution. You can, for example, open the dialogue with a question like this: "I'm intrigued by your idea, but may I offer a different suggestion?" This type of question invites a positive response, and the person they'll usually say yes.
When you address a problem in this manner, you show respect, even if your opinion fundamentally differs from their own. Criticizing other people rarely promotes cooperation and trust, but the real problem concerns the inner speech of everyday consciousness, because that is where the voices of self-criticism reside. The more self-critical you are, the more likely you'll become immersed in feelings of insecurity. So it's important to recognize those voices and interrupt them in any way you can. Research shows that the most effective strategies involve the practice of self-love, self-appreciation, self-acceptance, and self-forgiveness. But you'll have to practice them on a daily basis if you want to extinguish the power of self-critical speech. Thus, the first priority of compassionate communication is to teach your own inner voices how to get along with one another. Compassionate communication in the workplace. Communication in the workplace is crucial to success, and it begins the moment two people lay eyes on each other. In business, first impressions matter. A recent study found that one can even tell by looking at a CEO's face if he or she is trustworthy or has strong leadership skills.
Of course, looks can also be deceiving. It's easy to mistake charisma, the ability to exude confidence, for competence. Charismatic leaders often spout values-based philosophies, but if the leader does not practice what he preaches, the follower's sense of being deceived will destroy the leader's credibility, and possibly the credibility of the company itself. Just watch the stock market. When a corporate leader violates a moral standard or gets caught up in the mystique of power and greed. These issues reflect the importance of having and maintaining a strong sense of values. Your innermost values will transform your work. Peter Drucker said that if you want to build a life of excellence, ask yourself these questions. What are my values? What are my strengths? And what can I contribute? To be able to manage yourself, you finally have to ask, what are my values?
This is not a question of ethics. To work in an organization whose value system is unacceptable, that condemns a person both to frustration and to non-performance. Drucker believes that if you are not making a genuine contribution, you should quit that job and search for another. Values, in other words, are and should be the ultimate test. Another corporate sage, Marshall Goldsmith, he feels that terms like quality and integrity are bantered about with too much superficiality. Words like respect sound inspirational, but if action is not taken to back them up, they remain empty. He says there is an implicit hope that when people hear great words, they will start to exhibit great behavior. But they don't. The solution? Get honest feedback from employees and respond to it with respect.
Compassionate communication sometimes fails in business because leaders do not want to give up their authoritarian control. If you don't honor an employee's values, you cannot bring together a team of people. Goldsmith puts it bluntly. As leaders, we usually preach values involving teamwork, but sometimes we excuse ourselves from their practice. This inconsistency invites corporate cynicism. It undermines credibility, and it can sap organizations of their vitality. Maintaining the connection. Not only do we have to communicate our values, we must do so in a way that shows how much we truly value them. In other words, leaders are responsible for instilling optimism and confidence in others, and this can only happen if we mutually honor each other's inner needs. For example, think about the CEOs of Major League Baseball teams. Those who encouraged confidence and optimism, their teams won more games. They attracted more fans.
These CEOs also showed more concern for others than for themselves. But the CEOs that showed signs of conceit, vanity, and egotism, they ran teams that won the fewest games. Once again, we see that kindness and support make all the difference in the workplace. The capacity to deeply relate to others is a key to all forms of success, at work and at home. If you find yourself in the position of overseeing others, be they your employees or your children, remember this: leaders who give the least amount of positive guidance are less successful, and the employees are unhappier with their work. By not taking an active role in dialogue, they generate more interpersonal conflicts within their groups. It all comes down, It all comes down to the connection, bringing compassionate communication into business schools. Values-based leadership, it has become a priority in the business world, which is why compassionate communication was embraced by the Executive MBA program at Loyola Marymount University. Its strategies for reducing stress are an added bonus, especially for people who have full-time jobs and have chosen to return to school to deepen their organizational skills. Chris Manning, a professor of finance, points to the need for brevity, clarity, and compassion in every aspect of business. He says, "In the classroom, I have learned that it is essential to create as much rapport with my students as possible." When he first began teaching 30 years ago, he usually spoke too fast, attempting to cover as much material as possible within the limited class time. This resulted in students being overwhelmed by the workload. Grades suffered, particularly for the weaker students, and some would even drop out.
This experience taught us that we need to do everything in our power to show young corporate leaders why taking time out of their busy schedule to reflect on their values will actually improve their management skills. Just taking a few minutes each day to relax and be present can make their companies more successful. And if they don't bring these qualities into their negotiations, sales will be lost and employees will quit. Deborah Kolb at Simmons College emphasizes the importance of showing deep, genuine appreciation when negotiating. Appreciative moves alter the tone so that a more collaborative exchange is possible. This helps ensure that all bargainers establish trust away from unspoken power plays and into the light of true dialogue. And remember, the more you communicate in a warm, supportive, and genuinely caring way, the more you will be perceived as a transformational leader.
Herb Benson of Harvard University is one of the leading researchers exploring the neural mechanisms related to mindfulness. He is teaching people how to get the most out of their work without getting burned out. Benson discovered that a person can use what he calls inner value language to reduce stress. His relaxation response uses the repetition of a single word or phrase, something that is highly meaningful to that person. It generates healthy changes throughout the body and the brain. He calls his new technique the breakout principle. It helps hard-working people control their stress in a way that actually improves productivity. Here is how it works. First, push yourself as hard as you can while working on a specific problem. Immerse yourself fully in the experience, but stay aware of your stress. The moment you feel yourself tiring, take a break and go do something that is entirely unrelated to your work. Go for a walk, pet a dog, or take a shower. When you do this, the brain quiets down, but paradoxically, activity increases in the areas associated with attention and decision-making. This can lead to sudden creative insight. With practice, you'll achieve a new normal state, but only if you integrate these strategies into your daily life. Marshall Lasada at the Center for Advanced Research shows that the most successful teams are the positive ones. When they didn't like something in a conversation, a negative person would show disapproval or sarcasm. That's a dumb idea. But a positive person? They show support and encouragement, even if they disagree with the plan.
I understand what you are thinking, but let me explain why I think there is a better way. To respond in this manner takes skill. It takes foresight. Lasada found that groups showing a 5-to-1 ratio of positive to negative expressions were the most successful. Those that fell below 3-to-1, they were the least successful. Negative people are irritable, contemptuous, and basically unpleasant to be around. According to Lasada and Barbara Fredrickson, fewer than 20% of American adults generate that 5-to-1 ratio. Clearly, this is a call for all of us to promote positive thinking. How high can your ratio go before the benefits level out? 11-to-1. When you work in a fast-paced industry like sales, these strategies increase your ability to resonate with your customer. The same holds true for the healing professions, especially in a hospital setting.
In this people-centered environment, the stress can be enormous. The extra time it takes to speak slowly can feel like a counterproductive strategy.
I often have to run between the hospital, the classrooms, and the lunchroom. But this undermines interpersonal relationships. When you're rushed, you're thinking about what you need to do next, not about what the other person is saying. If you don't give your staff your fullest attention, oversights can be made that will affect their patients' lives. We have to slow down, even though we don't feel we have the time, or somebody may die. Poor communication skills run rampant in the medical community. I often see two different kinds of applicants, those who speak too much and those who barely speak at all. The talkers jump right in, giving me a synopsis of their entire life story.
Sometimes they even talk about the weather or complain about the interview process. I don't interrupt. I eventually say, well, the interview is over. This kind of applicant never allows me to establish a relationship. The non-talkers are another matter. I ask them important questions, like, how do you think we could improve the healthcare system? They respond, it's pretty complicated. And then, nothing else is said. I feel like I'm pulling teeth. In both cases, the interviewee's nervousness is usually the primary problem. Anxiety arousal causes some people to accelerate their speech, and other people to simply freeze up. For this reason, we teach professionals how to loosen up, how to make eye contact, and be present enough for a dialogue. Researchers use a strategy called pause, think, speak.
When asked a question, you identify the key words, then make eye contact as you initiate a focused response. We've begun to develop this for surgeons, where the burnout rate is high. Since lives are at stake, anyone who deals with emergencies, firefighters, nurses, even a plumber with a flooded house, needs to be extremely calm and focused. Here's the technique. 1. Before you walk into the room, stop outside the door. 2. Take 60 seconds to yawn, stretch, and relax every muscle in your body. 3. Take a mental inventory. If you feel anxiety, repeat step 2 until you are physically calm. 4. Focus on your immediate goal and ask yourself, what is the frame of mind I need to be in? Suppress any negativity and envision yourself functioning at your very best. 5. Rehearse your strategy in your mind. 6.
Focus on the values that mean the most to you. 7. Relax your body some more, take a deep breath, and walk slowly into the room with a gentle smile on your face. Even if you only have a minute to spare, stop for 30 seconds to relax and visualize a successful outcome. If the activity requires dialogue, slow down your speech a little bit, just enough so that you can reflect on what you are going to say before you speak. This will promote focused, accurate, and brief communication. To establish the best rapport, you should treat others with respect. Pay attention to everything they say. In fact, it's your empathy that will create the greatest degree of mutual satisfaction. Working in the land of no.
When the principles of compassionate communication, as described in this book, are applied to business management, hiring, recruiting, or selling, superior results are invariably realized. This is the considered opinion of Stephen E. Rulak. He's a leading expert in strategic management, capital markets, and real estate investment. As an international business consultant, his clients include Apple, Bank of America, and the U.S. Department of Labor. He holds degrees from Stanford, Berkeley, and Harvard, and he has authored 22 books. He is currently working with us to bring compassionate communication to a wider business audience. In reflecting on his values, he asked if he could share this story with you. It exemplifies how each individual can personalize these components and make it part of their work. In my experience, having engaged in more than 1 million communications, you cannot afford to ignore these principles.
They need to be applied to one-to-one interactions, and they also need to be incorporated into the organizational message. You cannot excel if you only honor one level of communication but disregard the other. Some years ago, I served as a senior executive in a very large multinational firm. I regularly received communications from the national office, which was abbreviated as NO. Too often, the messages themselves seemed to reflect the negativity of the acronym. They were impersonal. They lacked sensitivity. The messages basically barked at you. I suggested to the CEO that he could be more effective if he sent his messages from the position of yes.
I proposed that he relabel the national office as Your Executive Services. I advised him that his audience would be more receptive to yes than no.
Even if his underlying message was not exactly what people wanted to hear, if he started from yes, he would be far better off. Sometimes in life, and especially in business, you learn as much by observing negativity as you do from positive modeling. This was one of those times. This particular CEO did not implement a positive yes positioning. In fact, he didn't even have the courtesy to acknowledge the suggestion. But then, what would you expect from the land of no? I soon left the firm. Our recommendation is simple. Take compassionate communication into your work. Take it into the highest levels of management. Show them the research. Experiment with your colleagues. It only takes one effective communicator to cause a room full of brains to resonate. And after you've introduced these strategies, open the floor for debate. What you'll hear will move you.
As one CEO said, after practicing this with his board, I never realized before what listening actually entailed. Compassionate communication with kids. We highly recommend that you experiment with these exercises with a child. Kids love it. For them, it's a game. It puts them on equal footing with adults, because the rules are the same for everyone. They especially like talking super slowly. When a colleague of ours did the exercise with his 9-year-old son, Nick, he changed the rules and had a contest. Each person wrote down a sentence. Then they took turns trying to guess what the person was going to say, speaking one word at a time, with 10 seconds of silence between them. Nick said the first word, my. The group yelled out, my stomach hurts. Obviously, nobody could guess. Then Nick slowly said, my dad talks. The responses became more focused.
My dad talks too. Immediately, Nick's friend jumped in. My dad talks too fast. It was true, but it wasn't correct. So Nick's sister chimed in. My dad talks too long. Bingo! The game taught the children to pay close attention to the meaning of each word. They were learning how to become attentive to the subtleties and to fine-tune their inner speech. A mother and daughter dialogue. My wife, Stephanie, and I became curious about how our 11-year-old daughter Amanda would react. She seemed interested, but to be honest, I think she was more interested in being mentioned in this book. We had an important issue we'd been struggling with for years. When Amanda becomes hungry, her blood sugar drops. She turns from her usual sweet self into a very unhappy person. The solution is simple: eat a snack.
But when she's in that grumpy state, it's very, very hard to get her to eat anything. She'll fight us. I don't feel like it. You can't make me. Leave me alone. Once she has eaten, it only takes about 60 seconds for this sullen kid to turn back into an alert, excited person. But she never seems to remember this when she's hungry. Amanda and Stephanie sat down and began. Amanda began with a compliment to her mom. You are the most generous person I know. Both Stephanie and we were surprised. We had never heard her say this before. After the compliments, Stephanie asked Amanda about the problem of her forgetting to eat. Usually, this makes Amanda very defensive, but this time she responded with great calmness. She was actually able to explain why she normally found these discussions so annoying. She said that we were not listening to what she was trying to tell us. As the conversation evolved, they came up with solutions. Amanda said she would try to be more aware of when she is hungry, and we agreed to be more responsive. Overall, it was a very positive experience. At the end, she remarked that she was now aware that she was really hungry. So we went downstairs to get something to eat right away. No hesitancies, no convincing. Day 1 was a success. Starting young. Most research supports the idea that our brain is heavily influenced by our environment. Between the ages of 5 and 10, the brain is the most metabolically active it will ever be. It is forming and reforming billions of connections.
Research also shows that the more our brain is stimulated through loving interactions, the more our neuronal connections grow.
If we can engage our children with compassionate conversations, they will develop better communication skills from the get-go. One study showed a direct link between academic performance and the number of words spoken in the home. Hearing about 30,000 words a day resulted in children being more successful later in life. Ultimately, it doesn't matter if you were born rich or poor. What makes the difference is the amount of talk actually going on, moment by moment, between children and their caregivers. But it's not just the quantity of words, it's the quality. Negative words they literally strain a child's brain. They raise anxiety. Positive words lower it.
When we teach our children to use more positive words, we are helping their brains to have more emotional control and an increased attention span. Parents who use a lot of negativity also undermine the stability of family life. Cooperative planning was found to be more successful than using adult power to lay down the rules. Authoritarian parents solved fewer problems. Compassionate parenting. This all points to how important it is for parents to teach siblings how to use their optimism, serenity, and positive words. When parents are taught how to listen deeply, they improve the dynamics with disruptive children. In Pennsylvania, researchers taught families to intentionally bring moment-to-moment awareness to the relationship, to bring compassion and non-judgmental acceptance. They were taught a simple phrase: stop, be calm, be present. This was a reminder to control their negative emotions.
As scholars from Oxford and Amsterdam have shown, compassionate parenting has massive benefits. It reduces stress, it reduces excessive worry and negativity, and perhaps most important, it breaks the cycle of passing on bad parental habits to the next generation. When young adolescents were asked to count their good moments and blessings, their sense of gratitude and satisfaction increased. They even felt more satisfied with going to school. However, if you choose to fill your diaries with details of your daily hassles, this will decrease your feelings of optimism and hope. The right way to develop positivity in kids, as we mentioned before, just thinking about positive outcomes is not enough to build a solid foundation of optimism and self-esteem. Adults need to identify their unconscious negativity, reframe it, and repeatedly reaffirm it in positive words and actions.
For children and young adults, writing appears to be one of the most effective ways to achieve these important skills. High school students were asked to do the following task for 10 days. Each night, before going to bed, they wrote down 3 things they did well that day, and then they stopped. At first, not much improvement was seen. But with each passing month, for the next 3 months, the students' sense of happiness and well-being dramatically increased. And yes, it also has similar benefits for adults. The author of these famous studies, Martin Seligman, who founded the field of positive psychology, he added that the effects will not fade away, as is the case with placebos.
If just 10 days of reflecting on what we do well can generate months of psychological improvement, imagine what would happen if you wrote down your accomplishments each day for a month. That's what we recommend you do. And to repeat this exercise anytime you feel frustrated in your work, your relationships, or your life. Studies such as these also emphasize the power of the pen. In other words, it's not just your imagination that primes your brain for success. Writing deepens the impact by affecting different language centers in the brain, thereby creating more permanent changes in how you think. So, if you want to transform a negative outlook on life, we suggest that you stimulate as many language centers in your brain as possible. Listen to positive words and messages. Read uplifting and encouraging novels. Think about the positive aspects and successes in your life and write them down. Then, share your successes with others. Not only will it strengthen your own resolve, but it will also stimulate the listener's brain in positive ways. But beware, the pen can be a double-edged sword. If you write down your negative feelings and thoughts, or write in your journal about stressful events, you'll tend to feel more emotionally distraught. In fact, the more often you write about negative emotions, the more anxious and depressed you'll become. On the other hand, brief written commentaries about anxious feelings can alleviate those symptoms temporarily. As researchers at the University of Chicago discovered, simply writing about one's worries before a high-stakes exam can boost test scores.
Here's another strategy children and adults can use to make positive changes.
Keep a daily list of blessings and experiences for which you feel thankful. Research from around the world shows that this exercise will improve your mood and enhance your personal relationships. When 221 young adolescents were asked to keep a gratitude journal for 3 weeks, their sense of well-being, optimism, and satisfaction with life improved. But when they kept lists of daily hassles, their moods and coping behaviors did not improve. Children who feel the most gratitude towards others exhibit greater satisfaction and have better relationships with their peers. When minority students wrote about themselves in positive ways, their sense of personal adequacy and integrity improved, along with their grades in school. And if you write down your most important personal goals, as specifically as you possibly can, research shows that you'll be more likely to achieve them.
When we teach our children these strategies, the benefits will continue into adulthood. They will be more successful than people who do not demonstrate a consistent, positive attitude toward life. The earlier we teach our kids how to practice compassionate communication, the easier our parental roles become. And because positive language and speech is contagious, we owe it to future generations to practice kindness whenever we interact with others, bringing compassionate conversations to the world. The practice of compassionate communication is an important step toward creating greater empathy and dialogue among all types of people. By fostering such dialogues, we have the opportunity to create a new and deeper understanding. Together, we can create winning conversations where everyone benefits from the encounter. When we change our words, we change our brain. And when we change our brain, we change the way we relate to others.
The choice is ours. Do we choose to spread negativity with our words, or do we choose to cultivate kindness, cooperation, and trust?